Welcome everyone. Hope y'all are having a good day. And oh my gosh, I realize I'm a little bit small, so let me just do a little magic trick here. I'm gonna make myself big. Give me just a moment. Wow. Hope y'all are having a good day. I'm dealing with some health stuff, but I am here. And I am happy to be here. Y'all mortared me during Plants vs. Zombies, so I get to draw art for y'all. Oh, give me just a second. I was like, I feel like I'm hearing double, and I realized that my phone was playing the audio. Hello, Angel. Hello, Fleagle and Drooper. It is nice to see you guys. So since I lost my bet with Plants vs. Zombies and crowd control, I'm gonna be drawing requests today. So if you guys have any requests, you can feel free to drop them in the chat. And caffeine is always a great thing. I have Dr. Thunder today, and I also have ginger honey tea made fresh, which, you know, is the best way to enjoy ginger tea, is from actual ginger and not ginger powder. You're gonna be doing live streaming at 3 p.m.? Oh, nice. That's nice. Is it gonna be art, or is it gonna be like gaming? And let me go ahead and pop over to the art page so I can go ahead and start my little warm-up doodling. Give me just a second. Ah, good old blank canvas. Which, you know, said nobody ever. Because especially when you have aphantasia like I do, it's, you look at it and you go, what do I put here? I'm not quite sure. Ah, art in chat, that's nice. That's very nice. I do love art, hence, you know, doing an art stream. So let me see here. Which, I use Clip Studio Pro. I know, some artists don't really want to pay the price because, you know, they did some shady stuff, with, you know, having the subscription-only option, and then there was backlash, and then they reinstated the permanent option. But they still make you have to pay a subscription if you want to upgrade. So I'm sticking with the original Clip Studio. Because I am not about to do subscription for this every single year when I already have to do that for Live 2D and so many other things. Everyone wants a subscription these days. So yesterday, I remember someone had posted a picture of a doodle of a duck with, you know, a mushroom. So I'm thinking I need to pull up, like, Pinterest or something to look at some references, because I could even just look at my Discord, because I have some stuff there. Because trying to imagine does not work for the duck. So, could just doodle a duck to start. Oh, wait. I forgot that I had stabilization turned down, and I cannot draw a straight line to save my life. That is not how a duck bill looks. What? I am a duck. I should know how ducks are drawn. I also should zoom in because I am not good at drawing at a distance. Hello, grid lines, because I need guides. I need guides in my life. That's still not quite. This is why I'm warming up. Phil! Welcome on in. I did not expect to see you here. It's nice to see you. And hello, Olian. I see you over there. I don't know if the sound alert went off. I am distracted today. I am beyond distracted. So, let me see. Whoop. Whoop. Woo. And yes, this is exactly how I end up drawing most things, is I just kind of do a basic shaping and then I start to actually put in details. There's no proper rhyme or reason to it. Hey, yourselves! Oh my goodness, Phil. Hello, hello. And there's a wild snubble in chat. If you guys want to catch that over on the Twitch side, you just have to type in ! PokeCatch. Unfortunately, it is not available over on the YouTube side. Okay, that kind, you know, I realize this is a little bit too round. Unless I'm doing like a puffball. Whoops. Little too much. Ooh. But welcome on in, Isals. Welcome, welcome. It's nice to see y'all here. If you guys have any requests, please do feel free to drop them in the chat. I will pick and choose which ones I will doodle today. Obviously, like I said before, no NSFW, it is just SFW. Everything is TOS friendly. Even though I can draw human anatomy and stuff, you know. Woo. This duck's seen some stuff, guys. Also, let me know if the music is too loud. I know I have it pretty far down, but Spotify can still yell. Sleepy duck? Duck ready to do a backflip? Those are some ideas. It also does not have to be a duck. Believe it or not, I did not start out as a duck artist. I actually started out as just a really crappy, ducking, anime-esque-ish artist. So if the head kind of comes down around here, that means that the neck would be about here, which means that any body would come in down over here. And whoop, we got the little tail. That is not how you draw a duck foot either. There we go. That's a little bit more sensible. Like I said, this is just a quick first doodle to kind of get the juices flowing, because I'm still a little bit out of it because I still have not gotten my medication from my insurance because, you know, appeals take forever. So I am a little bit off today. So let's see here. If I wanted to do a duck doing a backflip, probably gonna do like a little mini sketch and then kind of blow it up because I cannot draw properly. That's how I scuff a lot of the things I do. So let's see. Trying to think. So I would think about the kind of motion of doing this like that. Obviously that's not part of the drawing. But I'm thinking about the motion. So probably the duck would be like leaning forward. So it would be more like circle for head, duck bill, probably kind of like leaning down. Like that. Please note, even though I am a duck, I am not a duck artist. Except with myself. I have not studied ducks enough. Like the actual structure, you know? And hi, Ayanar, welcome on in. Oh, I just realized I don't have my Mix It Up bot on. Why did I not turn that on? It's probably because of the ADHD. It just occurred to me. But welcome on in. I appreciate the lurky lurk. Waiting for Mix It Up to actually do the login thing. I totally forgot. You know, I had the closed captions up and then I completely forgot the Mix It Up bot. I did a dumb today. Okay. So this would probably come down a little bit more because it would be like closer. This would also probably be a little bit more like this. Because like it would be the leg coming out and around, so like this. Yes, this is live, RC. And welcome on in. I am drawing requests. I know that the stream may be slightly delayed because YouTube is a little bit weird. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. I know duck heads are a little bit smaller, but let's see here. So it's probably going to be more like this. And not quite that big. Yes, this was actually a reward stream because when I did Plants vs. Zombies on Monday last week, I said to chat, if you guys want to see my Thanksgiving stuff that I'm putting together, help me win this within 6 hours. Otherwise, if you want an art request stream, don't let me win in 6 hours. And chat just completely and totally obliterated me. Eating cup noodles and a noodle went through my breath hole and out my nose. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I could believe that you're dead, Phil. Please be careful. Do not breathe your food. I imagine that a duck about to backflip would look a little bit more like this. Probably not as big of a duck bill. That was just me getting my ideas in place because I have aphantasia, so trying to imagine anything does not, it doesn't work. Duck. That still don't look right to me. I'm gonna move the duck bill looking a little bit more front. Or better yet, I could actually make it look the other way. Let me just do like a little bit of a... yeah, I made my own model. This model that you see moving around here, I actually did this all myself. I did it in roughly about 24 hours. It's live 2D. I also realized that the head should probably be a little bit more over if it's looking that way. One of the really weird things about having Authentation is that while I can't really imagine things, I can kind of see when things don't quite look right. So if I bring this over here, this is a very fat duck, very plump. Do not cook the duck. We got a little duck here, looking down and off to the side. Let me just fix that. That is too far over. I know this is the sketch part, but I still wanna give it like a little tuft on its head, because some ducks do have that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliments. I worked real hard on it. And things did not quite go the way I hoped, but they still worked out enough for me to use this as my new model. Because I made my first one as well, but the problem was that, you know, I had never drawn a duck before I made it. So I had no idea what I was doing. Now I'm gonna come over here. Wow. We got a little bit bigger now, because this is just a sketch. It's not the final one. This is actually even probably more like this. Okay, so I think that's about what I need for the duck. Now, what kind of duck is it? Because I feel like I just drew a Peking duck. Why am I a duck? So there's a funny story to that. I wanted to be a content creator, right? I wanted to be a YouTuber, not even a streamer. It's the reason I drew an example duck stream, so it's easy to imagine for you. Oh my gosh, thank you, SLs. I appreciate it. But I actually ended up doing duck because I wanted to be a content creator and I wanted to stand out. So I was like looking through all of the different VTubers that were out there at the time, which was like, it was actually almost 3 years ago now that I actually made the character, because I actually didn't even use my model until a year after I made my first model, because I was so embarrassed of it. But then I ended up streaming with that for a year anyway, so more than a year actually. So I couldn't find any actual duck girls. I found PNG ducks. I found duck-themed VTubers. I could not for the life of me find any actual like duck girls. So I was like, you know, this is gonna be different. This is gonna be unique, but how can I spice it up even more? And then I asked some of my friends, and he came up with one of my friends came up with the idea of a pilot bomber duck. And so I was sold on that, and so that's how I ended up with this. And I thought, you know, Lucky Ducky sounds very easy to remember for people like me who can't remember anything and have the memory of a goldfish. So that is the exact reason I am a duck. So let's see here. If I come over here, give it like a little bit of like a tinge of brown. And considering I'm an odd duck, like, actually, I'm a little bit weird. It kind of just makes sense, you know? I'm thinking maybe a little bit more yellowish. Kind of like a brown. So we are going to do... These are gonna be definitely more stylized doodles and not quite, you know, like super refined or anything, but I'm gonna do my best here. So we got the basic shape of the duckbill. I just realized my stabilization is down on this tool too. Probably because yesterday I was trying to scribble to make the thumbnail for this. And then we got the eyes. Doing like little crayon ducks, you know? Boop. Bring that around. Also, I'm going to turn down the opacity a little bit because it's a little distracting for me. Now, here's the reason I really like vector lines. Because watch this. Wait. Oh. I did not use vector lines. I swore that... Wait. No, I did. I did. I just was on the wrong layer. This is why I like vector lines, see? Because I can come in here like this and then just adjust the anchor points to make them where they're supposed to be, because I do not have a steady hand. I cannot draw straight lines to save my life. Also, over on the Twitch side, we have a wild Dracozolt. Dracozolt? I'm not sure how that's pronounced. If you type !Pokecatch, you can try to catch it. So yeah, this is a little fun doodle stream. Now here's another fun thing, is that you can actually do some really weird but really useful things with the eraser, and I'll show you guys in a moment. So I want to have the tail kind of coming up, because the body kind of comes up, but I don't want it to, you know, get too meshed in with all that. So when I come in like this, actually, yeah, I'm gonna put that back. Kind of bring this up. Yeah. Hello, Otaku Dan. I can actually take this and go like that, so then it goes behind. It just completely and totally deletes that entire area. Now I have a proper body, wing, and then I gotta do this wing. Woo. Bring down the belly. Little footsie. And you could do other stuff with vector lines too. Like for example, I can kind of move things like that to make them look right. And since I cannot draw a straight line, I can actually come in here, delete some of the extra points I don't need. Make it a little bit straighter. There is a Discord channel, no, you can't roast the duck, Angel. If you type Discord in the chat, it will pop up. So let me see. Should pop up. Whenever the Nightbot decides to post it, I might just grab the link myself. No, you can't roast the duck. The duck is about to do a backflip. Okay, let me just do this. Since Nightbot is taking its sweet time. Yeah, Nightbot is not wanting to work, it looks like. For whatever reason. So, yeah. You can also share your art on my Discord as well. Okay, so now we have that part done. I can turn off the sketch, zoom out. Now, the fun thing about vector lines, I'm going to show y'all. It will not lose quality. So, yeah. So I can draw a bigger version right there. And it won't affect anything. Okay. So now, I'm going to darken the gray a little bit so I can see a little bit better as far as the colors. What I like to do in order to fill colors is on a separate layer. You can roast fall into, oh my goodness. Is it Clip Studio I see? Yes, it is. I definitely prefer Clip Studio, but I am using the original Clip Studio, not the 2.0 version. Hey, Mr. Tomo, welcome on in. I am doing a fun little doodle stream where I draw people's requests because chat succeeded in preventing me from beating Plants vs. Zombies in 6 hours by just continually sabotaging me. Right now, I am doing a duck that's about ready to do a backflip. Let me come back up here to the lines and just draw a few that are showing some motion. Like that. And I'm gonna come back to the color layer. That was a duck ready to... What are family if not causing each other chaotic flails? I mean, that is true. Typically what I do for coloring is I will actually select everything outside, and then I will do an invert, and then I might do, sometimes I'll do like one like that, and then I put in like a dark gray. And now I can actually lighten up the paper so I can see again. Like a light gray. Now, because this is the crayon, it doesn't quite work well, so I'm gonna go back, and instead of having it expanded, I'm gonna leave it like that. And then I am going to... Wait. There we go. Once again, fill with the dark. Come back in. Lighter color. So this is gonna be my base. I can kind of clean up any of these edges that don't quite belong, like these. Am I the only one who saw that before the lines? Why not upgrade to 2.0? It's cool as heck. Well, you see, I have the permanent version, so I don't have to pay every year. That's the reason why. As much as I would love to pay every single year for Clip Studio, if I can avoid it, I will. Because I am a broke duck at the moment. And I have been for the last year. So for the body, I'm gonna do like a light gray because we are looking at a Peking duck. Just ever so slight amount of yellow because, you know, if a Peking duck is outside a lot, it's gonna get a little dirty. Isn't 2.0 also on a permanent license? Not that I was aware. So I don't use it. Now I gotta look really quickly at what color a Peking duck's legs are because I don't really remember. And okay, they were definitely orange. Okay. That works. That definitely works. So yeah, you could upgrade from your 1.0 to 2.0, but then you're gonna end up with you're gonna end up having to spend every year, and I'm avoiding that. Another funny thing about vector lines, by the way, which I actually want to show you guys really quickly, for those of you in chat who are artists and may not know this. If you go to your lines layer and you go to the correct line tool at the bottom on the left, you know, in your little tools area, you can actually adjust how thick or thin the lines are. You're not broke from love? Aw. Yeah, I would imagine you hate that monthly plan. It's honestly awful. I spent money to be able to, you know, use what I got. Companies don't want you to own anything anymore. Okay, so I am going to adjust the line width. Up here, I am going to thicken these lines up here. Actually narrow them down here. That way they actually look more like, you know, proper action line, if you will. I just kind of do that until I get it the way I want it to look. And then I can also come in here and delete any, like, long lines, or I can change them. So I can kind of move that one up a little bit to kind of fit the flow. Even bring that down a little bit so it's more of an arc. Yeah, I'm glad they at least still keep the older permanent version. Otherwise it's like the Unity situation 2.0. Yeah, pretty much. You know, that's also why I did a video like months ago about a program called Fire Alpaca, which is kind of like Medibang from what I understand. I'm gonna take a quick drink. And it has almost all the same features as Clip Studio. But there are a few things it doesn't have, like being able to adjust like vector lines and stuff. I almost feel like this should be a little bit lighter, a little bit less, a wee bit less yellow. I alpha lock the layer so it'll only draw on where this layer is. I want just a least amount of yellow. And then the duckbill is kind of a yellowy orange color. Also, I'm gonna save really quickly because knowing my luck, I would end up with, you know, just a borked computer. But also the only reason that they actually kept the permanent version is because of the fact people fussed. Everyone was so upset, like, you can't just do that. So let's see, yellowy orange color. Now I think what I'm going to do for this is I'm actually going to kind of come in here and crayon. Because why the duck not? Give it that kind of crayon aesthetic. I might as well do the same thing for the feet. I'm gonna un-alpha walk that. I can kind of come in here and expand that by 1 pixel. Expand this by 1 pixel. The feet are a little bit darker in color. I'm also going to make this a clipping layer just so it goes directly down to the white. I want it to be a little bit more orangey. Now I'm going to come in here. What? So they aren't planning to keep the permanent version in the beginning? No, I mean, they are, like right now, but companies just don't want you to have things. I've noticed this. I mean, look at all the subscription services. You know, you gotta pay for a battle pass, you gotta pay for, like Netflix. They don't want you to password share so that they get more subscriptions. Let's see. I've started to kind of opt out of the whole subscription thing because, like, it's just too much. Everyone wants a subscription. Everyone wants fees. I like the simpler days, like, you know, when there was cheat codes in games and, like, you know, you didn't have to worry about if you bought a game, you couldn't play it if you couldn't connect to the internet. Stuff like that, you know? It's not to say that, you know, those games are bad or that those services are bad. It's just everyone wants a subscription, so you kind of at some point can't pay for everything. Unless you're rich. And I am not rich by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. So I could do like a little bit of shading. The Papa Hound said, hi, hi. Well, I say hi back. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do another clipping layer. I'm gonna do another clipping layer. And this is gonna be the shadow. Do multiply. And let's see. almost feel like that could be a little bit darker, so I kind of come in here and just darken it a wee bit. I'm gonna move it just a wee bit over, a little bit more color. There we go. Yeah, it was a really sad situation for creators. Noms on that. No, you can't nom on me. Ducks are friends, not food. I imagine that the light would be kind of coming in this way. So probably shading a little bit like this. I do love clipping layers though. They really do make life so much easier. I'm actually gonna select this area, right? Make this easier. Then I can just kind of come in here and do this. And not have to worry about the overlap in the lines. Because I am terrible at keeping things within the lines. That's not what I wanted to do. What did I do? Oh no. Oh no. No. Okay. I hate when I accidentally hit something I shouldn't. Oh, it's because I accidentally selected the paper. That makes sense. Okay. Let me fix this. Keeping things within the lines is hard. Looks like the duck has 5 o'clock. Oh my goodness. Well, at a distance, it's gonna look a little bit more realistic. And when I say realistic, I don't mean actually realistic, but like realistic for the shading. Probably a little bit more like this. Mind you, this is the first actual duck outside of my badges that I've ever drawn. Save really quickly. We got a little duck, but it's not quite done yet. And here's the reason why, guys. We gotta put a shadow under it. Now, how would we do a shadow? Easy. Hey, Andy, welcome on in. I appreciate you popping in. So I am gonna actually... I'm going to delete this real quick. I'm going to put this down here. So I'm going to select all these layers. Actually, you know what? I could probably even just do the base. And then copy. I'm going to create a clipping layer to color it black. I'm going to merge. You can't see it right yet, but you'll see in a moment. Gauge and blur. And now here's what we do. Free transform. Now, naturally, that's not going to look right. But I can turn down the opacity. So let me do that really quickly, because that's going to bother me. Okay, that's 20. Also going to add a little bit more Gaussian blur. So, free transform again. Good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. I wish I could say I'm feeling better, but I'm a little bit on the dizzy side, so I'm a little bit off. But that's okay, because I will be okay. Give me a moment. Sorry, I had to cough, and I did not want to cough into your guys' ears. Obviously the lines will be erased here, but you can kind of see how shadows can be done. Now, since I mentioned that the light would be coming this way, we would kind of skew this way. And kind of keep the feet together. And now I can kind of come in and softly erase some of this. First, we can hard erase that. And then soft over here. Now, if I pull this back up, that's still black, so I'm gonna come in and just do a little bit of this. Kind of color in where there probably should be a little bit of a shadow. It's a neat little trick I once learned from a YouTube video. You absolutely can learn how to draw on your own. I'm very pleased with this. And a cute little crayon type drawing. Okay. Now, mushroom duck. Kind of like an Amanita muscaria cap. I wonder... Thinking about other potential ones that I could put. Like off the top of my head. I'm gonna drink some more of my tea. I made myself some ginger tea. Ginger honey tea. Fresh. Let me look at mushrooms. You know, I just realized I could literally just go to r/mycology on Reddit and get just random pictures of random fungus people find. Let me do that. Let me see here. Ooh. What if I did an old man of the woods? Or maybe a lobster mushroom. I might do a lobster mushroom. Because those look really cool in my opinion. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do like... Or, you know, because that's not quite a cap. Let me look at a cap. Maybe I can find like a destroying angel or something. those are pretty but deadly. Oh. Or maybe enoki take. I can't decide. I can't decide, guys. Or shaggy mane. Shaggy mane might even be. Ooh, I could do an ink cap. I might do an ink cap. Because those are really pretty. Yes, I'm gonna do an ink cap. Change it up a little bit, you know? Okay, so taking note has obviously like the shaggy exterior, has the inky bottom. I've actually seen people do art with the shaggy mane like ink caps, like, and actually draw those mushrooms with their own ink. It's kind of wild. But yeah, if you guys have requests, do not feel afraid to, you know, put them in the chat, because I am drawing requests today. So for this sketch, I'm over here, grab myself a nice sketching color. I'm gonna come over here, grab my pencil, put up the grid because I cannot tell where I'm drawing without it. Let's see. So I'm gonna want a head. So the head is gonna be, oh my, that is very fine. That is very thin. I do not want it that thin. Also gonna zoom in a bit. I cannot draw at a distance. A little too close. There we go. So for this, duck head, right? Probably going to did not quite mean to do a smaller. I want free trans. Bring this in. They have a little bit like thinner heads, I've noticed. This is why I like digital art, because when we have L from Death, I could certainly give that a shot. You know, I've never drawn any Death Note fan art, and I really should. Because L and Kira and Misa, and the characters are great. Except I'm not a fan of Near Mellow. Just season 2 did not happen. The second part of the manga did not happen. We just pretend that did not happen. So I'm gonna put that there to kind of get an idea of the direction. I suck at making things the exact way I like, so I just use my tools to my advantage. I'm gonna kind of a little bit more into the zone now. Boop, boop. I really like the shaggy mane ink caps because they're really pretty. I want to do this justice. Also gonna save real quick. So we are gonna. So the way it comes down. And then it kind of curls up. it gets very inky. Probably draw some ink like coming down like the duck too. Now let's get the general shape here going. Comes like this. And yes, they can get actually pretty tall. I got that like that. Hello, Helsinggun. Welcome on in. Today is an art request stream because chat mortared me in Plants vs. Zombies last week. I was unable to complete my challenge, so I am taking requests. Right now, I am drawing a mushroom hat duck. Little Buckeye. Little Buckeye. Duck knows nothing but ink. I'll probably put the fine details on after I've done the line art. Because we are just in the quick sketch stage. Then I need the duck body. Oh, hey, Aprilia sent you here? Oh, that was nice of her. Tell her I say hi. I'm probably gonna tell her hi after stream too, but thanks for popping in. I don't do art on stream very often, but I am doing that today. I'm gonna look at more pictures of ducks because hashtag references. Let me look at ducks, because I cannot, for the life of me, imagine anything. Duck. Literally just looking at duck. Let's see what kind of duck. Maybe I should do a Muscovy. We'll look up Muscovy duck. Muscovy. Because Muscovy ducks look a little bit different. But they're really pretty. Oh, I could do like a spotted Muscovy. I'm gonna look at this one. So, Muscovy ducks, for those who don't know what they look like, they almost look a little bit like chickens. They have like the I forget what it's called, but it looks like a rooster thingy. If that makes any sense at all. There we go. I'm gonna put that there as a reminder that this needs to be colored. Here. Super spot build duck, yes. They got spots everywhere. Well, most of them do. You can actually have a Muscovy that's mostly white too. Okay. So these beautiful things. Okay. So body time. Time to draw the body. So, we got kind of a round. Trying to put it into perspective here. A big plump duck that we don't eat, guys. We don't do the cannibalism here. I'm probably even gonna do this. Transform. Boop, boop, boop. Make that a little bit more like that. This. Free transform. Kind of off to the side a little bit. There we go. I will say, when it comes to drawing ducks, the coloring is definitely the more interesting part. So typically, if a duck is sitting, let me see. Okay, looking at this reference of a duck sitting. So they kind of have a little bit of a, like I did on the other one, like the leg comes out like right here. But then, you know, the wing is kind of covering it, kind of comes up and around. And then, not quite that way. I want to kind of come this way. That does not look right. I think the leg might be a little too big. You know, I think also I need a better reference here. Okay, that is a much better reference. Kind of comes down. And we can pretend that this doesn't exist because I am high up enough in this particular perspective to kind of not see. Okay. So we got eh. 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 Hello. Hello, RC. R322. See, I can't quite remember what you wanted me to call you. I'm sorry. My brain today is not, it is not what I would like. They got the webbing. Today I am doing art requests. I hope you're doing well. RC, okay. I was not sure. My brain just kind of turned itself off because I have not been properly medicated in a while. So things are a little bit weird for me right now. I can kind of make that a little bit smaller. Perspective. It is a thing. All is ever not well with life over here. Yeah. It fucking sucks, but you know, I make the most of it. Okay. Also, with this particular perspective, I can actually kind of fix a little thing I noticed. I'm gonna kind of make this just a wee bit bigger. Kind of move this over. Now I'm gonna come in here. Because this boy is, this little boy is a chunker. At least I think I'm drawing a boy. I honestly don't know. I am doodling at this point. So you two is good so far? Is that a movie? I've not heard of anything called U2 unless you're talking about the band, and that's the letter U. I got ginger tea. Okay, so I think I'm good for the sketch on this. I'm gonna save it really quickly, and then I can actually go into the refinement process. Once again, I love doing the lines in vector layers because it's just so much easier. So for this one, I'm going to do a little bit darker of a line. Looking at the Muscovy colors, they have like a little bit of like an iridescent like sheen to the darker parts. So I think I'm going to kind of do a little bit over in the like bluish greenish for the outline. I'm gonna put you over on my phone. Yeah, no worries. But like this a little bit more over to the green. Now I'm pulling out the crayon tool, which I for whatever reason today I am loving. I don't know why I decided crayon aesthetic is what I'm doing today, but it is. Oh, vector lines, RC, are just amazing. Because you can just adjust them seamlessly and it makes life so much easier. I usually do the sketch in a raster layer because I'm not looking for perfection, and I know I'm gonna adjust it when I actually get to the final result. Also, for anyone who may be watching, I hope that this is kind of a little bit of an inspiration, because like a lot of people feel like they can't do art, like they're not good enough. But the thing is, number one, you don't know until you actually seriously try. Number two, I have aphantasia. I literally have zero ability to visualize. The only time I can visualize is when I am legitimately sleeping, because I know I can remember details of dreams to a point, but then after a few minutes of being awake, it all just fades away, and the only way I can remember is if I actually like tell someone in story so I can remember the story, or if I write it down, because I can remember the words, I can't remember the pictures though. It's kind of really weird. Have you watched K Project? I have not. I actually haven't even heard of that either. I am so out of the loop. I'm gonna kind of shrink the brush size just slightly. I can always adjust it later though, because it's vector. Woo! Bring this up. And this will be useful later because this is going to be a shaggy mane. And shaggy manes are, as the name suggests, shaggy. Oh, I'm totally the opposite. I hate vectors. You see, that's why I do things in a specific way. Initially, when I first started using vectors, I hated them. I was like, I understand the reason why you would want them, but I hate them. but I'll explain why I like them and how I was able to get over that. Initially, I was trying to draw like I normally do with vectors and just completely skipped the sketch stage, you know. And I would kind of make more like sketching motions like that. But here's what changed things for me. And I'll actually demonstrate. Let me use an actual line here. So let's say you want to draw something and there's gonna be overlapping lines, right? Think of, you know, like this, for example. And let's say you don't want this to be showing, you literally, without even having to work very hard, you can do that. Like, literally, I just put the sketch down with, like normal, and then I just go over it with vector, and then more so, I can actually change parts the way I want. So if something's a little bit off, I can fix it without having to redraw it. Which is fantastic for someone like me who legitimately cannot draw a straight line to save her life. I'm gonna up the brush size here. So yeah, that's why I like vector lines. I had to change the way I did things because originally I would literally use the raster layers, but I found it was just easier for me once I started using vectors. It really sped up my art. Because like this is crayon, but like if I need to, I can adjust. I can come in here and I can literally move things the way I need. You can also connect vector lines if you have to. You just have to use the tool for it. So then that makes that a little bit straighter, a little bit less crazy, and then you can delete any extra points you don't need and just kind of move them into place. For someone who is not able to draw straight lines, it is a lifesaver. Aw, thank you, RC. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like the way I draw. I mean, it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And, you know, I'm not, you know, some big wig, super expert, you know, professional artist, but I was able to make this model. The VTuber model that you see right here, I made this. I animated it and everything. I was literally just trying to get something better than what I had, which is also a model I made. For the Muscovy bits, I'm actually going to flip over to do red lines because that would look more accurate. So this one, okay. Taking mental notes at the moment, looking at some pictures of Muscovies. Okay, so they have the dark nostril, they have spotted beaks. I'm gonna use that. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow, to which thing? I think I've seen your other model. I say you really improved. Yeah, I made that model back in 2020, like right after the pandemic started, but I didn't actually start using it until last year. Kind of crazy. But I definitely have improved. That much I do know. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I did check out your stuff briefly. I haven't had a whole lot of time lately, unfortunately, which is why I haven't been doing more art. But I really wanted to do more art, like live 2D streams. But I will say, part of the reason why I ended up doing art is because, well, not really art, but live 2D, and like learning that is because of the fact that it's very inaccessible for a lot of people. And I thought, you know, I don't have $500, $600 to commission a model, so I may as well learn myself. And so now I just spend $100 every year for the subscription. Because once again, subscriptions ducking suck. Okay, looking at the picture again to kind of get an idea. Ooh, that's a really pretty Muscovy. Okay. They can have like a little bit of like a rim around their eyes. It's a little bit lighter. You bib? I'm not sure what you mean. And yeah, Live 2D it is an expensive service, that is for sure. Curious what you did what did you of mine? And how much do you pay for Live 2D? So I remember, it's been a while because, once again, Aphantasia, trying to remember the very specific details that I did not make like a written record of, because I did check out your channel. Why is that so long? But Live 2D is like $100 approximately every year in USD. You can get a discount plan, which I have the annual discount plan. And students can also get a discount. And while I am technically a student, I'm not a student of a university. I'm literally just taking a certification course. And I have to take a test, except for on Thursday when I was supposed to go take the test, the universe said I wasn't supposed to take the test, so I got a flat on the way. So I couldn't actually make it to the test center, and I was just so distraught. But yeah, trying to remember specific details unless I've seen something a lot is really difficult. Even when I draw my own model, like my own character, me, like literally me, I have to look at my old art because I can't remember the details. A really great example of that, actually. Let me try to find it in my I'm gonna pull it up. You can't see it yet, but I will show you in just a moment. Even in my old art, I messed up. And the worst part is it's actually a picture that I use on my phone case. So this is the piece in question. I want to note, what do you notice is off about this? Just a few things for starters. My goggles go behind the front part of my hair. They don't go in front of the blue. So I messed up with that. I also didn't know how to properly draw a duckbill, so you could see it's not great. Found a loophole to not pay. You know, I know of a loophole too, but I'm just too lazy to do it. Also, I do really like supporting companies that are constantly actually innovating, and I want to actually use Live 2D more. I'm currently doing a Live 2D correction, which is why I haven't really been doing streams on it, because I'll just say this, the art and the model that I'm correcting right now is a little bit embarrassing. And I'm not trying to, you know, throw people under the bus for going to Fiverr and not vetting their artist properly. because Fiverr is a great place to get scammed. And while it's technically not a scam because they did get art, they did get rigging, it's bad. I literally had to spend hours upon hours separating things that I should not have had to separate. There was literally one point where I was looking at one of the toggles, which is like a shirt, right? And there's just half a neck sticking out of it. All the shadows are fused to the base layer that, you know, they're over. And the arms were on the same layer, like both of them. There was like 20 different like expression layers. And when I say that, I don't mean like, oh, like the left cheek is blushing and then, you know, the left, no, it was literally like, this is the happy expression, all of the parts in one layer. This is the sad expression, all the parts in one. And I'm like, why? What can I do with this? Screech in a corner. Oh no, SLs. Thank you for the lurky lurk, Bill. Oh, I just realized Fiverr still exists. Yeah, it's okay. I also made some mistakes. I mean, and thank you for thinking that my art looks good, even when it was like really bad and scuff. I literally, like, it's not bad to like make bad art or anything. Like, everyone starts somewhere, you know? And I don't really judge people on that until they're making people spend hundreds of dollars on their service. And then I have problems with that. Because the person I'm referring to was very clearly not happy with how things turned out. There was just so much wrong with it. So that's why I'm doing the correction. And the art file, the PSD, was just an absolute ducking mess. But I would not be charging $100, $200, $300, $400 for, you know, art and rigging if I couldn't do it. It was a full-on rig. That's the crazy thing. I don't know the exact amount that it cost them, but it was like, it was more than $100. It was more than $200. I'm pretty sure it was like around the $300, $400 range, which is not great, like for everything. And there were problems that were visible initially, like the jaw didn't move when the mouth opened. And, you know, initially that looked, okay, well, they can just fix that. But the more I looked at it, the more it became apparent that it looked like they used a template and then were just lazy because they got the rigging done really fast. It was very, very fast. Unreasonably fast. And for the quality, just no. It looked like a template was put on and not really tweaked. I mean, I got art made for and pay for. It's freaking embarrassing. Yeah, it really does ducking suck. That's the reason why I don't usually do commissions. Because while I can do pretty decent art, I am fully aware. I am 110% aware that it's gonna take me a while to make proper art. Especially considering my aphantasia. So that looks about right for the sketch in this part. So I'm gonna kind of pull this down to pretty faded, but just enough so I can see it, so I can remember the stuff I need to mark. Typically speaking, when I do stuff right now, currently I'm doing most things for free because I'm just trying to get the experience and kind of build my workflow, if you will. And drink some of my ginger tea. Where is that message? I'm looking for that message. I saw a message pop up on screen. And I don't know where it went. Oh well. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna do the base. I'm actually gonna turn off the sketch temporarily. I'm also going to turn off the other duck. You're actually really cool. Do you want to hang out? I mean, sure. On times that I'm not streaming or working, you know. I'm usually on Discord. I was actually thinking about maybe, depending on how I'm feeling today, after stream, doing like a random gaming stream on my Discord. I have a lot of new games that I'm not sure I want to do on stream, but I have a Discord. Which I'm pretty sure you're in. So, gonna do that, and then flip this. And then I'm gonna put in that, this, rid of that. I'm gonna zoom in, make sure that the base layer is not too weird. But yeah, although I'm not always talking on my Discord, I'm usually over there. But I am oftentimes working. I would like to do like more streams and stuff on my Discord though. Occasionally I might pop up an art stream. But okay, I think that's about right for my base. I'm gonna save the base because once again, we don't want to have issues. Now then, we move on to part 2, which is actually the coloring. So I'm gonna pull back up the pictures. So the base color I think is probably gonna be white. So I'm gonna make a white layer. Also, it might sound weird, but for whatever reason, I do really like to just go through my, like, process mentally aloud. I don't know. I don't need pitch white, but just a little bit gray. Probably gonna make the paper just a little bit darker. There we go. I'm also gonna start working. I'm sad about it. Aw. Yeah, work really just ducking sucks, but you know, if you get a good job, like an actually good job, it's a lot less stressful than a lot of jobs that are out there. I can't even tell you, because I had undiagnosed ADHD for the longest time, and also undiagnosed autism. So I'm odd ADHD. But I could not hold a job for very long. It was awful. I need to erase this. See a little bit of gray peeking out that I don't want. And I literally, for most of my jobs, I couldn't really stay in them for longer than like 6 months-ish, I want to say. But then I started my own business, and then that kind of snowballed. I didn't quite end up making it per se, but then we kind of switched gears, and now we're doing a completely different thing that's kind of related, and that's what I do. So I'm not exactly like the head honcho or anything, but I don't work a normal job. ADHD is not a bad thing. Yeah, it's not terrible. Gartic phone, anyone? Oh my goodness, SLs. ADHD, the way I look at it, and even autism, is like a blessing and a curse. Had I not had these conditions, we would not be talking right now. I would not be on stream. I would literally just be a normal person in a normal job and probably miserable with my life. But despite all of that, I am actually okay. So I noticed that the ladies seem to have more white and they have like a pinkish duckbill. Okay, that is too pink. There we go. I'm gonna use the crayon to kind of texture this around the edges, you know? You play Gartic Phone? I'm gonna be working security. I actually have never played Gartic Phone, funny enough. I literally have seen Gartic Phone, but I have not played it myself. I'm probably gonna change the color of this crayon over here to better suit, but for now this will stay. I think I might do the red next. Hey, people with a couple screws loose are fun, is talking from experience. I mean, yeah. In my opinion, if you're a weirdo, you are probably fine in my book. And yes, RC, you can in fact do the exclamation point jump to catch stars whenever they pop up on stream avatars. Speaking of which, let me just litter some stars. We should play with friends. I will have to look into it, because I have not played it before. I've seen, you know, bits and pieces of people doing it, but I myself have not. This is going to be red. I'm going to come back over here to the red color. And, we're just going to kind of color. Percy, it's exclamation point jump, I believe. Looking at it, to make sure. Yeah, exclamation point jump. And then your avatar should jump. And you can also change which avatar you're using with the extension link, which I know occasionally gets posted in the chat. Yes. Gartic Phone is a chill experience until you start doing animation with a couple of sweats. Again, talking from his... I believe that. Okay, we got this part. I can also do the base color for the cap up here. So the shaggy mane, it's kind of a little bit of a pinkish color even once it starts to inkify. So I'm gonna look for that kind of color. So actually come back over here to this pink. And look back over at Reddit, because Reddit has so many pictures of mushrooms that people just are finding. Such pretty mushrooms, though. It's kind of like a brownish once they start to turn. little bit light. A bit more gray. A little bit like this, but maybe just a little bit lighter. A little less saturated. There we go. I think that's the perfect color. About to go do some Fortnite fun talking? Yeah. It's nice to see you, RC. I hope you have fun. I am bad at Fortnite. I mean, it could be bodyguard, RC, but it could also be like night security or other things too. I think that's probably about right for the mushroom base. And then I can come in. And then do the bottom part, which is going to be the ink. Over on the Twitch side, if you type !PokeCatch, you can try to catch the Wild Morpeko in chat. Okay. So yeah, that is definitely inky. Dark inky. Going to chilling. Yeah, I do. Whenever I do draw, I like to pop open people's streams and just kind of vibe. Oh, a little bit too late, Cells, it looks like. Just a wee bit. So the ink, I think I'm also going to put a quick clipping layer over the lines. And I am going to kind of color over with the darker color because this is going to be ink. A little bit darker. There we go. I usually do just one line color, but sometimes you want more colored lines because they just work better. Okay, I can come back down to the ink. I'm gonna expand. I'm gonna kind of this like I didn't quite get all the line. Let me just come in here, fix this. Also gonna probably come around a little bit with the same brush to kind of soften. Wait, wrong layer. Let's recolor that. I did not mean to do that. What I actually meant to do is go back down to the ink layer. And then kind of soften it a little. Because there is gray underneath. That can make it look a little bit more little softer. Okay, so the ink part is done. Now we get to do the actual shaggy mane. I'm gonna quickly save this. I also need to finish rigging this model because as much as I like how I have it right now, I don't have very many toggles. I have toggles I drew, but I did not actually rig them because I was trying to get it done very quickly. Okay, so looking at the shaggy mane. I'm gonna call this layer the flips because this is gonna be like the little flippy-doos of the inside part of this. So I did multiply to, you know, make it a little bit darker. So we're gonna kind of now, when it gets to this stage, there are a few parts that are a little bit different color, but I will get to that shortly. And I'll probably do some flips out of the sides too. I do like the texture the crayon brush gives it though. Even though it's a default brush, it just works. It gives a nice little aesthetic. Probably go along the sides. Kinda give it a little bit more depth. It's a little bigger. You know, this kind of makes sense for Muscovy because of how they're like spotted. Now I could probably, after I get this part a little bit darkened, probably put in some more depth. That's a little bit more of an orangey color. I mean, a couple of additional expressions are fine, but like if you're not going to use them, having 50 toggles is kind of pointless. Well, one of them is literally just like a sweat drop. You've probably seen it on some of my thumbnails because I've just inserted it. And gouache, yeah, gouache is also really cool. I can't actually use real life gouache though. My ability to paint is awful. I actually have a lot of like watercolor paper and watercolors because I really like it. But the problem is, as you might imagine, I don't really have a very steady hand. I once did a Shy Lily fan art, and you can tell just how awful my ability to do watercolors is. Like as the cap starts to go a little bit off, it can kind of get a little bit of that yellowing. I should put that under. Kind of like that over. It's very soft. course, I don't want to overdo it either. It's very easy to overdo it. I might reduce the opacity even. 75, I think, maybe? And let's see what other color. So as it gets towards the bottom, it becomes a little bit more purplish. I'm going to do a little bit of purple towards the bottom. I'm going to move down. It's a little bit too purpley. Or maybe I should use the multiply layer. That might help. Kind of doing this like along the edges of the ink because of the way that it works. The way it starts to look as you get towards the end of the mushroom. It's kind of funny because I never even realized that they looked a little bit pinkish until I was like really looking today. Because I always thought of them as like white and black. But looking closer, it is not the case. Gouache with watercolor is watercolor with cranked opacity though. Yeah, like I said, I can't, even with watercolor, I can't. You know, I won't say no to purple. Yeah. Like a nice little pop of purple without going overboard, because I tend to go overboard. I got a Warframe I wanted. Yes. That's nice, Angel. I still have not played Warframe. Like this, like pulling upwards, kind of, because that's typically how mushrooms are. And this particular one just kind of turns into goop. Best color after pink. Aw. Yeah, it's really kind of fascinating looking at like pictures of like different mushrooms. They're wild. Okay. Just looking at the reference real quick. And then it gets a little bit darker. Let me see if a linear burn would be a good option. That's pretty. That's subtract. Kind of like subtract more. I think we'll work with it like that and do just a little bit more depth. Devil's Fingers mushroom is cool looking. I'm trying to remember which one that is. I know that there are some that are like really weird but really pretty. I did not expect that right there. I'm gonna kind of... I'm guessing because the yellow is there. Duck and mushroom. Oh boy, do I even want to... Oh my goodness, Unstable Karen. Welcome on in. That one is more not pretty, more creepy as heck. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Karen, I'm doing art requests today, and one of the things was a mushroom cat duck, so I decided to do this. I think I know what you're talking about, Estelle. It's been a while since I've seen that one, but I think the mushroom cap is about where I want it. So now it's gonna be on to the Muscovy part down here. So time to that's actually not bleeding. Oh, there's a nose pass in chat. If Otaku Dan is noticing, I'm sure that would be trauma right there after the nose pass boss fights. But this is a Muscovy duck. This is a Muscovy duck. In case you have never seen a Muscovy duck, I'm gonna quickly just take a quick snip so you guys can see. And I'm gonna actually paste it into my file, but I'm gonna obviously delete it after. Not where I wanted this to be, but you know. I'm gonna turn off the grid so you can see a little better. This is a Muscovy duck, guys. So they have like the thing that looks almost like a chicken on it. I forget what this is called. And they usually have like spots in like darker colors along with their more like white color. Unlike mallards, which are very different. So I'm gonna delete that. That was just so you guys could see. And the grid is going back up for now. Actually, you know what? I could take the grid off. Bleeding eye duck's noise. No! They're not bleeding. But, yeah. I'm gonna quickly... So kind of like a greenish brown. I need greenish, actually, you know what? First, I'm gonna do the feet. The feet need to be done because I'm not gonna have gray feet. So that's more of like an orangey color. Feet. And I'm gonna put that below the white. Make my life easier. Something squirming out of the duct. No! I also see that you've decided to pin people to the screen. Oh yeah, level 12 nose pass acquired. Nice. Zoom in. We're gonna color real quick the feet. Fun fact, ducks have talons. Well, most ducks that I've seen have talons. I can't speak for every single breed of duck, but Muscovy do. Not that I've actually drawn any, because I'm not sure how I would go about that. Hello, Nick. Welcome on in. Today is request day since y'all murdered me in Plants vs. Zombies. So, I'm just doing art requests for, like, 3 hours or so. Binge watching Supernatural. You know, I never did actually get to watch that show, but I know a lot of people were really into it. The main murderer is here. Yes! Okay, looking at picture of Muscovy again, because references are needed for duck with aphantasia. I don't even know what I look like. But so far, what we got going on, which I could actually, I could show the first one again. We have duck about to do a backflip, and this is a Peking duck. And then we have Muscovy duck with a shaggy mane cap hat. So it's just got ink coming down. Hello again, Andy. Let's see. Looking at duck. We have the greenish brown color. So coming over here to the kind of the greenish colors. And then I can come up here over the white. Start coloring the body. It's a little bit more green. Might even go just a little bit more over to the green side. Now, it is worth noting, it is a little bit darker than this, but I'm going to come through here afterwards to kind of darken it up. Yeah, if you have any requests, you are welcome to put them into chat. Right now, RC, there is not a schedule. However, I can say this much. I do stream at minimum once a week, unless I state otherwise on my Discord. Usually it's crowd control on Mondays. I may have to skip this week because I'll be real, I'm a little busy. I have some health problems that I have to address. So here we are. And the tail can be pretty colorful. So I'm gonna color this. So that's kind of where I am. I do try to stream usually 2 to 3 times a week, and when I do multi-stream now that Twitch allows it. So I have 2 different YouTube channels. I have my art channel, which you are on if you are on the YouTube side right now, and I have my gaming channel, which of course I will do crowd control on alongside Twitch. So, you can always check. Usually Mondays I'm on. I probably won't be this Monday because of the reasons I just explained. But I did still want to do this stream because I did promise, and I'm okay enough to sit up for now. I think I'm gonna add like a little, almost like a beauty mark right there. Poopy tit, no! Okay, now the darker part. Eh? I'm gonna kinda... a little bit more black in color. Is the medication fiasco still going on? Yes. And thank you for the hydrate. I will drink some more of my ginger tea. That's how you know I'm not doing well. Is because I'm drinking tea instead of soda. Although I do have a soda for when I'm done with this. Typically, looks like the sheen is towards the end. Now I did just notice it looks like the Muscovies have a little bit flatter of a tail, but I'm so deep into this, I'm not sure I want to change anything too much, but you know what? I'm gonna do the thing that I told you is really easy to do. I'm going to delete, 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 delete. And now, while that looks kind of weird, I'm gonna show you guys something. This comes up, that comes out. And now all of a sudden I have a flat ducktail. Now all I have to do is get rid of this stuff. So I'm going to come down to the base, start erasing. No Dr. Pepper knockoff, that's bad. Yeah, I mean, I have it on my desk. It's just... I was drinking ginger tea first because, you know. Okay, the white goes away. Base goes away. Okay, there we go. Now we have a proper Muscovy duck. I'm gonna save. Come back up here. Oh, thank you for the follow, Racky Tail. I appreciate it. That is one more closer to 300. And that is my goal to hit by the end of the year. 300 followers on Twitch. Nothing too lofty. But not too unreasonable, I don't think. So thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gonna come back up here with the crayon, and I'm gonna kinda pull this out. Because we're going for the crayon aesthetic today. I don't know why. This is just what we're doing. It is art. Ooh. Okay. So to get the best result, I'm probably going to do another layer where I put white over top and kind of come over it. And then I can actually go on to shading and also the dot on the bill. Because these types of birds have that. So first I'm gonna probably do the little dot up here. lighten this up a little. And still texture it. A little bit of stippling, if you will. Alright, so now I come over the spots and stuff. Bring that up a little bit. And it looks like there is a wild Joltik in the Twitch chat for those of you who may want to catch it. And it has escaped. I missed it. There we go. Slight white around there. And then the feet usually have a little bit. No, that's a cute one. Yeah, that one got away. So around the tops of their feet, they have a little bit of like spotting, but not a lot. They probably just add a wee bit. Feetsies. You go to the feetsies. Feet. Thoughts. Kinda bring down the size. A little bit towards the edges. Now, I'm gonna start on the shading. So, we are going to do multiply the brush size slightly. A little bit more color there. A little bit of shadow because the duck's body kind of covers, you know? Let's see. They usually got a little bit of spotting on their bills too, so I'll do probably a little bit more maybe. Let me come back up here. Adding a little bit more. Because why the duck knot? Okay. Now, we can actually kind of shade the body. Although I think I might even do a little bit of coloring on the lines again, because I realize this probably should be a little bit more of this color. If you know what I'm saying? A little bit too much. There we go. Spotted ducks. That is a Muscovy. My sister actually had some Muscovies, which is how I know about them. They're very different from mallards. That's a little bit more accurate. Save. Also on the ink, I am going to do a little bit of a shine. Bit of that like light sheen coming off of it, you know. Could even come up here to like that little bit of a, not too much. There we go. Getting there. This is a little bit too bright, I realize. Needs to be a little bit more gray. There we go. Now I can do the actual like shading of the white area, because yeah, this one took way longer than I had expected. I did not mean to take this long. Okay, let me see here. Just a little bit bigger so it's not so intrusive here. It's a little bit too, might be a little bit smaller. This song actually reminds me of K Project. Oh, that makes sense why that question came up. The thing that I am listening to right now, actually, let me just hop over here for those of you who are curious. It's actually an album called Secluded, and it is made by Stream Beats, which is DMCA safe music that you can stream when you are streaming. So I have decided to obviously use it for things like art streams, and it's really convenient. They got an awesome OP, like, opening. I'm guessing it's like a manhwa or an anime. Yeah, anime. Okay, that makes sense. That makes total sense now. I'm like, what is this thing people are talking about? Bring down the opacity a little. I don't want it to be intrusive shading. There we go. If it seems like there's no rhyme or reason to the way I'm shading, you would be correct. I kind of just wing it half the time. I understand how light works, but you know, sometimes I just don't, I just can't. Today is one of those days. But nonetheless, I'm still very happy with how this is turning out. I did not expect to make a pretty duck today. I expected cursed Pokemon or something. I would believe it. I have not had half a chance to be able to watch anime in a while. I do wish I could, though. It would be very super convenient if I could. But I've been kind of busy with work. Little shine in the eye. Let me see. Save. Also, I realize I probably should color the lines down here, too. Why the duck not? Up the size. Make them actually fit. There we go. That looks better. That's much better. Is a good duck. Yeah, shroom duck took a bit of time. But you know, it's a good shroom duck. I'm sometimes watching anime while working. Yeah. My thing is I like to socialize even though I'm an introvert. So yeah, that's basically what happened. And that's why I usually end up like watching people's streams and stuff. And then I don't end up watching anime and then I'm left out of the loop. Yeah, so I think I'm also gonna change this color up here too. Why the duck not? I'm already in. I'm already 10 feet in here. I'm gonna take kind of a darkish color. And then I'm gonna kind of bring that up. Shroom duck took a bit, but shroom duck is pretty. I can proudly say nobody else has ever drawn a duck like this. The closest person is probably SL's over here, who drew the Amanita muscaria duck. Saving that. And then I'm gonna actually hide the first duck real quick because I am going to... Actually, I don't even have to do that. I could just quite literally duplicate the base. Make it black. Y'all can't see it yet. Okay. Great duck. Aw, thank you. I do try. You would probably not have guessed had I not told you. I literally... I'm not usually a duck artist. Bring that over to put it into better perspective. Probably need to bring that more here. Bring that down. Is it a bit wonky? Yes. Will it work though? Also, yes. Because once we turn down the opacity, it's like magic. And I can just kind of adjust this. And now we have a duck. We got the duck open. So now, if I do this, we got 2 ducks. Because ducks were requested. I tried to draw you, but it's so hard. It's like an anime girl cosplaying a duck with a duck mouth props. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for trying. I know it's a very different kind of design. Not typically what most people do. That was literally the entire point of why I decided to do it. I made a really big canvas, but you know. Now the other request I saw was the request to draw L. So I am going to draw L. Let me just pull up some pictures of L because once again, even though Ryuzaki or L has a very iconic, distinct look, Aphantasia is a ducking problem. So let me see here. Yeah, that is a perfect reference picture. Okay. I'm not a duck artist, says the duck. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm really not. I literally never drew any kind of animals up until I became a VTuber. And actually, technically not until I became a VTuber, but until I made my first VTuber model, which was so scuff, mind you, that I literally could not, even if I tried, I legitimately could not. Like I could not get VTube Studio to actually recognize the file. So I ended up using PRPR Live for a long time, and PRPR Live is great, it is fantastic, but it's not as good as VTube Studio. So as a result, I had very much scuffed duck for a long time. Now that I'm done with the color stuff, I have to put up a grid again because I cannot figure out how to position things otherwise. So, I'm gonna stare at L's face for a bit to try to capture the essence of L. So, and also RC, I did, just to kind of follow up again, because I forgot to mention, when I was drawing my character for the first time, which the pictures are absolutely horrid, because I was so used to drawing anime girls and that kind of thing, that's the whole reason I look more like an anime girl instead of the typical, like, furry, I guess? You know, most furries look a bit different. They look more cartoony, and I'm like somewhere in between cartoon and anime. So. Let me, now that I have the face in mind, as best as I can with someone with aphantasia. Looking at other things. Looking at other ideas. As far as like posing, because I want to have a proper pose. He's got that classic hunched over thing going on. I think I got an idea in mind now. I have an idea. So, let's save it really quickly, because we always save our work, because otherwise we lose everything. And then we lose our minds. So, the particular posing I am thinking about goes a little something like this. Again, this is not perfect, but this is me kind of getting the general positioning, if you will. One of the really interesting things about L is the fact that the way he holds things, his hands require delicate work. Now, the bum is around here. This comes up, then leg kind of will come down like this. I know this looks really weird as far as like posing goes, but this is kind of how I do my positioning. He really is like a gremlin with the way that he's positioned, though. It's just so funny. This would probably come back like this. Probably have his hand like hanging, I guess. And then let me look at a few other pictures for ideas. Because I wanna capture the L, like that. Because L, even though he looks like a very basic character, there's not a lot of complexity as far as like the actual design goes. The way he carries himself is very specific. This would probably... Okay. I have my general positioning set up. I'm about ready to do the actual art part. That isn't just the setup. Because my thinking process for actually getting things right is very, like, a little bit drawn out, which I hate, but you know. I would think he'd be, like, looking off to the side, but not quite like that. Let me just fix this. Cannot draw a straight line. That is my life right now. Okay. And his eyes are very specific too. So typically the hair kind of comes down off to the side. Very spiky anime protagonist. Except he's technically an antagonist because Light is the protagonist, but you know. He's supposed to be good people. Right now I'm just trying to get the general idea of how the hair flows. Okay. More hair pictures. And his eyes are very specific. He has those bags under his eyes. So, now comes the general shaping, because, yeah. Then he also has a little bit of hair that kind of comes down too. Like in front of his face. So the first order of business is actually coming in real close to get a proper shaping of the face. A little bit of a chin, but nothing too crazy. And this will probably take me a little bit to get right because, again, I've never drawn L. In fact, I actually seldom draw fan art because of my aphantasia. Because you would think, well, if you have aphantasia and you use a lot of references, wouldn't it make sense to, you know, draw fan art? To that I say, yes, it would. If you had confidence that you could get it right. And no, I'm not looking at a hand reference at all right now, but I'm getting the basic shape of what I want. It's a little bit difficult, but you know. I've definitely gotten better at hands. Hands are a much easier thing for me to draw these days. I think that hands are like the bane of most artists' existence. Which is, you know, kind of funny because it's evident if you look at, like, AI art. Because, you know, a lot of artists have issues with hands, and even the AI has issues with hands. Kind of comes down like this, but not quite like that. I need to kind of change the angle. I'm gonna actually look up references for hands shortly, but, or I could even just look at my own. Yes, the pesky digits. My offline screen I am so proud of, because if you look at that, like, I'm gonna show you guys really quickly so you could understand why, because you can't see it right now. But if I open this up, you can see. This hand, I am so fucking proud of this. Like, it actually looked okay. I was like, oh, I actually did a decent hand. I did a decent hand for once. And I've been able to do better hands since this point, but I've definitely gotten better at hands. I'm very proud of that, because it took me a long time to get to that point. So, once again, looking at some pictures here of L. So his nose is a little bit... quite like that. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do the triangle thing. And then I'm gonna kind of fade that so it's not so in the way as I'm trying to, you know, do this. Shading that in so I can see that a little more clearly. I'll probably have to adjust some stuff by the time I get to the vector layers. Nice big, you know, anime hair, spiky do, as I like to call them. Face is probably gonna need to be a little bit bigger. It's harder to tell these things initially for me. I don't know about y'all. Real heavy on the bags. Probably fix the mouth just a little bit, bring it down so it's not so weird. That does not look right. Still does not look right. I think I need to position the head a little bit different. Making this a little bit more straight, I guess. Still not right. I feel like I had it better earlier. It would also help if I could draw a nose as well. I am not winning any Grammys for this. I'm going to cheat a little bit and use the free transform here to kind of fix my perspective problem. Doo-doo-doo. There we go. That's a little bit better. It's not great, but you know. It's still better for the purposes of the sketch. Because the vector lines will be so much easier to work with. Also, his hair probably needs to come down. Yeah, his hair definitely needs to come down. So I'm probably do this. Woo! Come up here and then kinda move this down a bit. That's looking more like L. That's looking a little bit better. Yeah, it's hard to tell because of the lines and stuff, but that's looking a lot better. Oh my fucking gosh. That is less of a train wreck now. And he has like the little dots for the nose. Okay. Starting to build all of the, how do you say, the hair. He has wild hair. Nobody can deny that. I did not mean to draw right there. I was trying to go down. Has the hair that kind of comes down in the front. And then he has the hair that's kind of wild in the back. And this this is where the vector lines are going to come in handy, is because it's so much easier to like do the little whooshies and stuff with vector lines, because you can just kind of come back and fix stuff. Okay, so do the other side of the head now, or you know, oopsie, boop, boop, and then just lots and lots of just little flippy doos, as I like to call them. Now that we have a face, I need to take a break. We will be right back. I need to use the restroom. When we come back, I will continue drawing this. I know we're almost at the 3-hour mark, but I do promise we will be right back. Give me just a second to switch over. We are back. Apologize about that. Okay, now I can actually get back to drawing. Puppy, why is it right now? I know you want to cuddle and you don't like listening to me streaming instead of giving you attention. But it's not right now, bud. I'm trying to finish drawing this picture. I got the puppo over here, and he's being a little bit of a brat. I do know one of the things about this is this will need to come more like this, which is why this looks a little bit weird. Less round. It does not have a round baby face. Okay, I think the puppo just went under the bed. As he does. I know that the neck comes down like this, and then he's got a white t-shirt on. So I'm gonna kind of lightly sketch that around. Well, it's not really a t-shirt because he has sleeves. But, you know. Alright. Now we got this kind of... Ooh. Bring that around. Always kind of hunching. I'm gonna quickly look at another picture real fast. So he's got zoom out a bit so I can see a little better. I know all these lines are a mess right now, but that's generally how it goes. So we got hunchback. I don't think it quite can come down that far because that would be a little bit unrealistic. And the sleeve would probably hang about like this. So let me just kind of... I will say he very much is a case study in, like, human anatomy. Because he doesn't wear socks or shoes, he just has his toes out. And he hunches in a very weird way. I could even probably move this in just a little bit closer. Apologize for the sounds. I know that something just fell outside my room and it was loud, and the puppy obviously, you know, did not like. Because he's got a little bit of a slump. Not too crazy. Shirt might even hang a little bit lower, come to think of it. So I'm just gonna kind of bring this down. We got hunchback, check. Weird pose, also check. I also realized I was slouching. I should not be putting my actual poses that I do in real life into my art. Because they are not very good poses. Okay. I'm gonna save. Now that I'm getting a little bit more ahead here. Let me see. So if this leg kind of comes up like this. I notice his pant legs kind of droop a little bit. I notice his clothes have a lot of, like, wrinklage. It's definitely very wrinkled. You could probably do a case study in that, too. This can kind of come under. We got the... pant leg that just kind of droops all the way over. And then this is going to actually come down. Although the leg probably needs to come just a wee bit closer. That will be a little bit weird, but I'll have to just redraw the arm. We gotta get everything in position. Do a quick free transform. Kind of lengthen it a little bit to fit the perspective. Maybe turn it a little bit more like that. There we go. So then this can kind of come down. Okay. It's coming together. Slowly. Because I am not fast at art. Especially with things I am completely and totally out of my zone with. Which is basically anything that is, like, super specific and complex. This is gonna kind of be very baggy. We got the, you know, lines just kind of coming down. I believe his shirt, let me look again. His shirt kind of is pretty baggy. Yeah, it's very baggy, very long. Along with his pants, which are also baggy and long. I'm gonna kind of bring down I realize his shoulder's not actually all the way out there. That's the funny thing about when you, gotta go. See you next time, Poyo. Yeah, thanks for popping in. And, all of the art pieces I'm doing will be posted on my Discord in the art channel once stream is over. Yeah, I hope to be able to stream again soon, but, my body is gonna be the judge of whether I can or can't. Health issues are quite the problem. I know I seem fine at the moment, but, I'm very dizzy. I'll probably have to lay down after stream for the rest of the day. And it's not even 5. Yeah, his sleeves are very, very baggy, so... kind of comes up and over, but then the arm can kind of come down and around over here like this. This is actually probably more like this. Yeah, I definitely will. If it was, you know, a big enough emergency that, you know, I couldn't sit up, I would not be here. That's just how it is. I would have just canceled stream. But I can still walk, I can, without like falling over or anything, I can still get up and do stuff. It's just, I'm pretty sure I'm anemic. I'll just put it like that. And it's a problem, but I will be okay. As long as I don't do anything, like, crazy. I got the general gist of about what I want everything to look like. Because the sketch doesn't have to be like the finalized like thing, although I know some people will actually like, instead of making a new line art layer, they'll just literally draw over their sketch and then just erase as needed, like what they gotta erase. Let me take a look at his shirt again to see how it folds over on the other side. Typically. It's usually just like a lot of folds. I could probably take out that part of the shoulder. Lots and lots of folds. That is his MO here. Hello, Ghost Nick. Welcome on in. Today is Artstrom. I am finishing up with my last request, which is doing L here from Death Note. My own way. And I already had 2 duck requests, as you could see. We got a duck about to do a backflip, like literally like the action lines, like he's about to go whew. And then we have a shaggy mane cap, a shaggy mane ink cap Muscovy duck over here. So this is where I am with this. Okay, looking back over here at the reference real quick. Because I have aphantasia and trying to remember little details is nearly impossible. This is my drawing process. Okay. So his feet are definitely not going to be totally seen. I like doing drawings as well. Ah. What kind of art do you like to do? I usually do more cutesy stuff, although I can pretty much draw just about anything. Maybe not super well, but I can do it. Clearly, I've never drawn any of these things today, except for maybe the Peking duck, because you have to kind of draw a Peking duck in order to be able to draw a mallard duck, because a mallard duck is just a Peking duck, but with more coloring. And, yeah. So, the way that the foot is structured. Big toe. Little toe. Little bit of a curve, but not anything like drastic. And this one comes almost up and continues like that until there. To denote that. Give me just a moment. Puppy is being a little brat again. Yeah, such a brat. I have a brat for a puppy. Okay. And then for this one... What? Puppy. Do you want out? Is that what you want? Give me a moment. Again. Okay, take two. I'm trying to not have Puppy interrupt. I gave him over to his babysitter because he came in here earlier after I went to the bathroom, and then he just... He has, reasonably because he is a dog, he has a very strong attachment to me. So, thinking about the way the foot is positioned, obviously it's not quite like this. I was just drawing a blob there in order to hold the the place. And the general position, you know. Okay. And this is obviously going to, like, come down more like this. We got the big toe. The next biggest toe. Middle toe. And then the little pinky toe. But I feel like that's a little bit more like this, and then have it barely shown because of the position. Also, I'm not trying to give him ducking furry feet or anything like that, because I don't even know how to draw those. Toes are just hard. And his pants are very, very baggy. They kind of like drape over his feet to the point where I'd be concerned that he would be about to trip. There we go. Now we have a more defined sketch. And now to look at hands, because I need to make proper hands here. Save our work because we do not want to lose it. Also, I need to indicate the toenails quick. So I'm gonna open up a new tab real quick. So I need to look at references again because I am awful at just coming up with it out of my brain. There we go. Zooming in. This part right here. Do this hand first. It doesn't have to be perfect because it's not going to be. Especially because it's still sketch. Longer. That little bit of erasure. Okay. And then his arm goes into sleeve, which will cover up most of his hand anyway. Because that's how it goes. And thank you for the hydrated cells. I will drink some of my Dr. Thunder since that's what I have now. Okay. Now back to the hands over here. I want to also get this hand. Like trying to look at my own hand, and it's a little bit difficult because that's the left hand. Let me see here. I'm sure at some point I will find the hand pose I'm looking for. found something that's close enough. I think. Yeah, I think that should be probably a good enough hand pose to study real quick. Because we gotta get the mannerisms right, and the hand language is half of what L is. And don't ever let an artist tell you that you don't need references. It's super important. Yo, rip off Dr. Pepper is in action. Yeah, because I'm out of a ginger tea. That's what happened. The references are very, very useful because you don't always have all the answers. And sometimes you just need to look at certain things, especially hands. Hands are the one thing most artists have issues with. It's why even AI struggles with hands. I do need to do more hand studies, though. I do not draw them nearly enough. I just realized why it's so hard to find the proper posing for this that I'm looking for. And it's because most of the poses are coming from the other side of the left hand, and I'm trying to get this side of the left hand. Because I'm trying to see exactly how these curve over. And my brain cannot flip a right hand, unfortunately. The hands are gonna be the bane of my existence with this thing. So I'm trying to make it look right, and I need a proper hand to really study. For all the ducking hand poses that I need. Okay, you know what? I am gonna wing this. I'm tired of looking. I'm gonna wing it. So thinking about the hand like a box, because that's basically what a hand is. We got that for the first knuckle. And then we got this under. So I'm gonna kind of... Ooh! Wrong brush, wrong brush. I almost had it where I wanted it, but not quite. So, this up here is kind of incorrect. I'm trying to use my own hand at this point. That's too high up. This is supposed to kind of come out. And then there is a knuckle, which actually comes down to the this is the pointer. Then there is a knuckle. Then we have but this should probably even go a little higher. Quite that high. Then we have the thumb that kind of wraps around. We got thumb. And this will kind of come down and under. And then we have the bottom parts of that's a little bit too low, so I'm gonna bring that up a little bit. And then of course we have the pinky, which of course kind of comes in from the side. And you can see the end of the pinky right there. This will also be a little bit faded because it's not a true line right there. So then this kind of comes down like this. That's a lot closer to what I wanted to be doing. Wait. Ah. Comes down like this, and then down like this. Sorry. One more finger. I forgot the humans have 5 digits. And then the rest of these are kind of like soft knuckles, and they don't quite protrude the same way. And then that kind of comes down. And then from there you kind of have your palm. But naturally I'm going to have to skew this a little bit to actually look right, because I am looking at a very different hand from what I'm trying to draw. But then that kind of comes down, and then you have the arm. Okay. Now that I have the basis in place, need to actually come back and see generally about how big the hands need to be. That's a tiny hand. That's almost the right size hand. So we're gonna fix the sizing. So we're gonna kind of, ooh. I'm probably gonna use a little bit of free transform, because that'll help a little bit with perspective, getting it in place. I think I'll make it just a wee bit longer. Since this is the sketch part, it's not like it's, you know, life or death, end of the world, if things look a little bit weird. I carefully kind of wrap this around. Okay, free transform. Kind of give this a little bit more depth by adjusting it slightly. And then I'm going to kind of increase the size a little. There we go. That is much better. Now the hair is a little bit messed up, but it's okay. It's okay. Not meaning to make that mark, but there we are. Okay. Now we have an almost good to go sketch, which is nice. I did not expect I'd be able to actually draw a decent sketch, much less, you know, an actual drawing, which we'll get to in a few moments because I'm about to do the line art. And with this, I'm gonna probably use black because, or dark gray. Let me look at what the official art looks like. It's almost like a really dark gray, so I might just use a really dark gray. I think because it was actually inked with like an actual pen. Meanwhile, I'm just being a poser over here trying to draw manga art. Like a really dark gray. I'm probably going to use the same brush. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back to crayon. I'm gonna do another crayon. See how he would look with the crayon, because I'm curious. So I turned down the opacity quite a bit here, so I could see a little bit better, because let's be real, there's a lot going on with this. So we're gonna zoom back in. This is where vector lines are really gonna come in handy. So first thing is we're gonna get a decent sized brush, but not too big. We don't want it to like look grainy and weird. Doing the eyes first because that is the easiest thing for me to grasp when it comes to the line art. I feel like that needs to be just a little bit further down. Let's fix this. I think that's about better. Okay. A little bit of a... See, that is way too much. Okay. Eyes, check. Nose, check. Mouth, also check. The rest of him, not so check. Oh. And I can kind of come in here. Thing. And then we got this part. I feel like that needs to be a little bit more protruding. Okay. We got this one. I also think I need to kind of pull this in. There we go. Shrink this a little bit. Then put it back up to where I was. There we are. And now I can kind of pull this out. Make this a little smaller again because we're gonna do a little bit of details. There we go. Oh, looks like there is a wild Spearow in chat in the Twitch side. You can type !PokeCatch to try catch it. Alright. So now I need to actually create the face. Okay. So for this part, probably gonna come in like this. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. And this is exactly why I like vector lines, because I can fix stuff like that very quickly. It is so convenient. And then dirt comes under. That means I'm gonna have to start drawing. Like, I'm having to draw different parts in different areas. That is definitely part of the challenge of this. This is also the point where I get to start putting in a ton of folds and wrinkles like I used to in my really, really, really old art. Which is kind of fun. But my really, 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 really old art is, like, awful. I did not understand clothing at all. this and kind of bring this around. Oopsie! I can just delete this. It's fine. Okay. I can move this out. Probably even delete a few. And then I can adjust the width of this. Make it a little thinner. So it's not as, like, prominent. Then I can actually start drawing the arm. There we are. Starting to come together. Starting to. Ooh, hand cramp, hand cramp. Ugh. Pop my bones. Okay. Now the more fun part, which is, you know, spiky, crazy hair. Woo! Now here's another fun part about vector lines. If you have stuff that kind of goes over, oops, wrong eraser, you can kind of just do that. Which is really, really, you know, easy. Nope. I'm not sure I like that. I'm gonna kind of do it like this and then just get rid of this part. Kind of want this one to be a little longer. Add a little bit of variety. Because nothing in the world that, you know, is organic is symmetrical. You can't even find symmetrical mushrooms, usually. There's usually something different, at least on part of it. I'm gonna delete this little part right here. I can kind of bring the arm over now. And then he had a little bit of hair that comes like down here. And now I can delete that part so it looks right. I can come around to the other side. One little tiny point that went past where I wanted it. Okay, now I'll finish the hair up here. That. And now I can do over here. And finish up the hair, and then I can move on to the rest of it. This is one of those situations where I go, we get to move this over and pretend that it worked the way I wanted it to. Once again, love vector lines. They just make things so much easier. There we are. Gonna save it so that we don't lose our work. Zoom out for a few moments. Reposition myself. I am uncomfortable. Okay. Ugh. I'm gonna kind of bring this over here. One thing about like wrinkles and folds is you just gotta kind of let them do their thing. You know, you can't really force folds and you can't really overdo them either. Otherwise it just doesn't look right. Naturally, where there's gonna be like more relaxing, you're gonna see less folds. I'm probably gonna add a little bit of folding into this, but also I think I'm gonna kind of bring down the size for this. Kind of fade them out a little bit. And nothing too much because I don't want it to be like super noticeable. The whole point is to make it look seamless, like it's supposed to be like that. Not like, oh, I see this very intentional move right here. Evening, Sonic the Fox. Welcome on in. We are currently drawing L because that's what chat requested earlier. And then earlier we also had 2 ducks that were requested. Duck about to do a backflip, and then also mushroom duck, but I went the route of doing a Muscovy because I've never drawn a Muscovy, and also a shaggy mane ink cap instead of like the Mario mushroom. Right now I'm doing the line art. Hope you're having a good evening. Thinking about how this would like fold. Probably kind of like this. Because he has kind of like baggy sleeves. Oh, that is too much. That's too much fold. I've strangely never drawn a duck. Yeah, you know, it's funny, because I actually had never drawn a duck until I made my first model for VTubing. So that's why I look a little bit different from a typical, like, I guess, furry model. I look more like a cross between cartoon and anime, which I'm totally okay with. It's my style, but it's still very different. Oop. That is not where I wanted that. Whew. As my profile pic shows, I mostly draw canines. Yeah. Yeah, I usually would draw regular people, like anime. But, I wanted to be a VTuber, and I wanted to do something a little bit different than basically anything anyone else had done at the time. And so I went ahead and I just made myself into a duck girl. I did not see any duck girls out there, so I was like, nobody's taken this idea. I'm gonna take it before someone else does. And then I proceeded to not use the model for like a year. So that's fun. But here we are now. I actually, you know, I do art occasionally on stream. More often than not, it's usually off stream. But I do it on stream sometimes. This time is because chat, mortared me last stream on Monday, and my whole thing was, if you can use crowd control to stop me from beating this game within 6 hours, then you get an art stream where I draw requests, and that happened, so here we are. Yes, I tried to be unique, because it's a lot easier to get away with some of the stuff that, you know, that a lot of other people can't, because, like, for example, no hate towards cat girls, by the way, but cat girls are very hard to do as a VTuber, because, I mean, you gotta do something that's different from everyone else. If you don't, you will quite literally just be left in the dust and forgotten. And so a lot of cat girls will do, like, different outfits and stuff, but I'm lazy, so I was like, not gonna be a cat girl. Not gonna do that one. So here we are. I'm a duck instead. And I do really mean no hate towards cat girls. My Oshi is a cat girl, so... I really can't. I can't say much about it. Just, if you're gonna be a cat girl, you gotta do something different. Or you're not gonna stand out. Clothing is still difficult for me. Yeah, it is for me too, especially because I have aphantasia. So I literally cannot imagine things, and as a result, I have to look up copious amounts of references. I do not mean to go that way with my brush. This is the harrowing trouble of having an unsteady hand as an artist. I definitely need to straighten that up a little bit, because that's a little bit too much of a dip. There we go. Yeah, clothing is definitely interesting though. I really challenged myself in recent months to be able to, like, do different types of clothes. But I still end up going back to some of the same stuff I usually draw. I learned how to do art via MS Paint with a mouse. I'll use a mouse this day, but draw with Fire Alpaca. That's really cool because, you know, I actually did a video about Fire Alpaca. Because I was like, I was so upset about the Clip Studio fiasco where they were like trying to take away the permanent license, and have people just, you know, use their subscription. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I have a permanent version. I should be able to use my software perpetually. And then so I was like, you know, I'm gonna try out another art program and you know, mess with stuff and maybe make a video on it. And I did, and Fire Alpaca is pretty cool. I'll say that. I actually draw, I actually originally drew with a mouse, way back, like, about a decade ago. I got this tablet, I want to say back in, like, 2017, 2016, somewhere around there. And it was a gift. And I actually could not draw with it at the time. I could not figure out how to coordinate myself because I specifically got a very small tablet. It does not have a screen. But a few years ago, I decided, you know what? I'm going to learn how to draw using a pen and tablet. And so I practiced, and I practiced, and I practiced. And now I'm a lot better than I used to be. Basically, I look at the screen and hover the pen over the tablet so I can see where I'm putting the ink. And it's so helpful. I have a tablet now too, but it's difficult to use, so I'm learning it occasionally and slowly. My advice, as someone who uses a pen and tablet that does not have a screen, put your hand down, hover the pen just barely over the tablet, stare at where the little cursor is on screen, like you could see me moving right now. When you do that, you'll eventually be able to start using it like a mouse. That is how I learned. And honestly, I don't know how else I would have learned. Because it is very hard to, like, jump over that disconnect. Same kind? Yeah. Mine is literally a Wacom Intuos comic tablet. It is old. Like, they don't even really support this model anymore. Like they do with, like, software updates and stuff, because it's, like, still the same thing as the new stuff, but, like, it really isn't the same. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. That is also not what I want. Hard to wrap my head around. Mine is newer, but I got cheap for around 40-50 bucks. Yeah. Yeah, mine was, I want to say, around, like, $110, I think it was. I'm gonna kind of lower this because I realize this is a little bit off as far as the... I will say I do like Clip Studio for the vector lines because I can kind of finagle stuff the way I need. I can't remember if Fire Alpaca had the vector lines, but that is primarily how I do my art when it comes to lines. I don't like using raster layers because you can't resize them, so you're kind of just stuck with what you got, you know? And folds, you just kind of have to practice. Like, you gotta know what looks right. I don't even know what that is completely. So, the nice thing about vector lines, I'll show you, right? So, let's say you have overlapping lines. Because, you know, as an artist, you're gonna try to draw a little bit more, like, 3D minded. And you're trying to get rid of specific areas of lines, but, you know, it's a big hassle because of the fact that, you know... For example, like in the hair here, there's so many overlapping lines, right? You know, if I were to try to like draw something like that, now I have that line going through. But with a vector, you can quite literally just do that, and now all of a sudden, that's gone. And you're just left with the one in front. Now, another fun thing about vector that's a little bit different. It doesn't matter how big or small you resize something. Let me do the scale. So you can literally blow up whatever it is that you are drawing, and the line quality stays the exact same. Like, it does not change. I'm gonna hit cancel because I'm not trying to make him bigger right now. I'm still trying to go back over my sketch. So that's what vector lines are. They are basically the computer doing a mathematical equation to be able to know where all the lines are, so they never look distorted. That is the difference. The problem with vector lines that most people have is they try to draw like they do on a raster layer, which is more like a sketchy. And when you do that, you end up with a ton of lines, and then you can't figure out if you are trying to erase things where you're supposed to erase them, and it's a little bit of a problem. But I like vector lines because they're just so much easier to draw with. I can do my 3D type of drawing where like I'm continuing the line through without the hassle that comes along with it usually. Which is erasing the bits that you don't want. Like here, I can quite literally come in here and just like pinch this to make like a little bit of like a fold. And then I can move that over to make more of a proper line that goes into the fold. Additionally, you can go to individual lines, right? And you can make them thinner. Like this. Or you can make them like super, super big. Like that. So, it's really helpful. I can't remember if Fire Alpaca had vector lines. I don't think it did. But if it didn't, I really should open up the program and check. They're very convenient. I'll just say that. Some people don't like them. I didn't at first, but I do now. Because you can manually adjust everything. Like right now, this is me adjusting a line. Yeah, if it does, I definitely recommend trying it out because it's just so much better than doing it on raster because you can always change things. Unlike with raster, it's like, well, now you have to redraw it, you know? And then erase what you don't want. Which is a little bit annoying, I'm not gonna lie. But I can quite literally just kind of come in here like this, and like, that is a little bit too wide. Woo! And just erase anything I need to without erasing the parts I want to, like, have. They just added time-lapse option? Whoa! That's amazing. I do know if things ever change with Clip Studio, that will be a very valid program for me to jump to. Because, on account of, I like having the time-lapse. Like, see here, you could see, like, this line went through here a little bit. I can just literally delete the control points, and it slowly deletes the line a little bit. Which is nice. Kinda come up here. Make some... Ooh, that's not quite what I wanted to do. A little bit of folds. Because Elle has a very, very folded, wrinkly set of clothes. Like, it is hard for me to draw this many wrinkles. I've not drawn like this since I was a teenager. Oh my ducking god, I think that's about it for the line art. Oh wait, I forgot. Have to throw in like the neck bone thingy. Okay, I can turn off the sketch, which now it looks absolutely ducking awful, but it'll get fixed, don't worry. We're gonna save this. Also, sorry I'm chatting up a storm with you, but you seem lonely here tonight. And I also love watching others draw. Yeah, no worries. And honestly, I'm actually live on Twitch too right now. So I do have a Twitch channel that I do stream to. Now that they allow multi-streaming, I can stream on both at the same time, which is really nice. Speaking of which, anyone over in the Twitch chat, a wild Zebstrika is in chat, and you can, I'm not sure how to say that Pokemon's name. You can type !PokeCatch to try to catch it. Now, since I finally got the line art part of this done, here comes the fun part where I do the base. So, I do that, I invert it, and now I'm gonna find like a nice gray. I'm gonna fill. You said right? Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I'm not very up to par on some of the new Pokemon. I see another line that's overlapped in a way it shouldn't be, so I can fix that real quick. Okay, that was not the line. Okay, I guess that's just part of the crayon. And then also I can move this and lengthen this so that it's not just his hand hanging out. There we go. Save. Okay, I think that is the entire base. Oh my ducking god, I did not think I would get here. Yeah, I'm not too versed either, honestly. Just saw that anime season to know the name. Yeah, I have not watched it in a hot minute, unfortunately. So this particular one is in fact a raster layer. So it's just a regular art layer. I'm just cleaning up some of the bleeding from the magic wand inversion. not too bad, though. Although, I do see one problem, and I'll fix it real quick. Oh, that is not what I intended to do. I forgot that I had the other color. There we go. That is fixed. Now I can come back in with the magic wand, or actually even just the eraser. And I can fix it. Save. As we save our work or we lose it. And then also I noticed that this line happens to be a little weird, so. Boop. I don't know why I decided on the crayon aesthetic today. That's just what we're doing. My art is mainly focused on being cute, and as a result, whenever I try to draw something cool and epic, it just ends up cute. Yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya on that. I very much am a cutesy artist. I like drawing cutesy art. And so, as a result, that is why I am a cutesy duck. Baby shark do 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 do. Hi, Nick. Okay, back to looking at references because I need to see the colors. Color. Because I don't have good memory. I have the memory of a goldfish. Okay. So he's very pale skin. He has the dark bags around his eyes. Okay. So now that I have the base color in, I'm gonna do skin. So his skin tone is very, very pale. Looking at it, he seems to have a little bit more blue undertones, I want to say. He's not as warm in color. I'm gonna get the perfect shade here. That is not it. That is not it at all. Let me try be a little bit warmer. That looks a lot better. Yeah, it's likely because I got my art inspiration from Paw Patrol. Love the designs of the characters, and it's good art style to learn from. I actually agree with you there. You know, I know I'm a duck, right? But I wouldn't even consider myself like a furry or even a furry artist. It just happened to happen like this. But I do think that if you can understand animal anatomy, you can understand human anatomy so much better. I'm learning this the hard way. Learning how to draw ducks has made things a little bit easier as far as like perspective and stuff. Why am I even like trying to avoid the hand? Like the hand is part of the skin too. Let me just erase. I said erase. Oh, it's because of this. That's not the first time I've done that. It will not be the last. Kind of come up here. people are also a lot harder to draw than ducks. I will say that. At least for me, because I've gotten so used to drawing ducks. It's like part of me now. Also lighten the paper a little bit now. Now that I have all the stuff going on. Oh, I am pretty much a furry artist by just definition. I like drawing cartoon animals. What can I say? I've always loved animals since I was a kid, so it's only natural. Doesn't mean I do 18 plus, lol. I hate drawing humans. No, I get that. I get that. It's just like me. I hate drawing backgrounds, but I know I have to get better at it. Because I want to have proper backgrounds for my streams and stuff. And I'm really stubborn, and I really like to have my own art up for a lot of my stuff. Which is kind of funny anytime I have the ducking, like, fake artists that, like, come into chats and spam, like, you should let me draw you a picture and commission me. And I'm like, do you realize I'm an artist? Do you realize you literally came into the stream of an artist to do that? You are gone, bye. Like, I don't mind, you know, other artists talking about, like, the art that they do. I just, you're not gonna sell me on your art, like, buying it if you come into my stream. It just does not work that way. Because I don't usually commission other people for my art stuff. Like my overlays, my emotes, some of those were done by my art friend who I commissioned. But those are exceptions, those are outliers. That is not the rule. The rule is that I draw all my stuff. Like almost everything that you see. My logo up at the top left, that in fact was drawn by none other than me. The overlay I have right now was done by my artist friend. But most of my overlays were actually done by me. If I draw you an art piece, I'd likely do it as a gift and surprise you with it. Aw. Backgrounds are time-consuming, but can be fun in their own way. I do agree with that. I have one background that I've done that's I'm really proud of. I'll open it really quickly. But literally, this one took me absolutely months to do. This one took me forever and a half. Like, I made, like, gem asset, like, crystal assets. I, like, did all different kinds of stuff with, like, the lighting. I did perspective. Things I don't normally do. I had to think about how light would bounce off of things. So, like, you have a little bit of, like, the purpley light coming off of, like, the metal here. You have kind of, like, a glowing potion almost in the back on the back shelf. Different, like, little details. And it's, like, this took me months. Okay? Like, I even made, like, some books falling over and, like, overall, it was fun to draw, but, like, it was so time-consuming. It was so time-consuming. To this day, I just want to get faster at art so I can do stuff like that without taking months. I want to have proper backgrounds. Yeah, I definitely do prefer to do things myself when I can. That's why I made my own model. Like the duck model here. I did this. I drew this. I animated this. And I still have work to do on it, but it's functional. It does look like months of work. Yeah, and I am proud about it. It's just it took forever. It took forever and a half. I never thought I would finish it. I was like, I have aphantasia. I can't imagine things. How am I supposed to ducking do this? But I managed. It was part of a commission that I did, and That's also why I don't do commissions very often, because I know that if I do a commission, I need to really commit myself, and it will take me months because I always do a good job. I don't want to give someone, you know, excuse my language here, half-assed work. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, if I'm gonna have something that's shoddy looking, it's gonna be on my stream, on my page. It's not gonna be on someone else's. That's just how I feel. I do not like to give bad art to other people. Or at least art I consider bad. Because I know a lot of people go, no, your art's good, even when you say it looks bad. And I'm like, you don't even know. I know better than to do things like this, and then I still do them, and then, you know. My backgrounds are simply cel-shaded cartoon style. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, normally I do more like, I guess, realistic backgrounds because I hate doing all the lines and stuff. Another one that I did, which is a little bit different. I was trying a different style. I used some 3D assets for it, actually. Let me go back. I know it's in here. I know for a fact it's in here. Here it is. This one. Which, by the way, this background is, in fact, free on my Ko-Fi, if you happen to want this. You can use it basically for whatever you want. I used 3D assets to make it. It was originally in grayscale, and then I used some gradient maps and played around with the lighting and stuff, and this was the end result. I had to draw some of the lines in. Not all of the lines here were, you know, just automatically there. But yeah, this is on my Ko-Fi if you happen to want it. I thought it looked kind of cool, so I put it up there. So I have a few different backgrounds. They are, you know, most of them are not super great looking, in my opinion. But some of them are pretty cool looking. Like the study that I made that I just showed you guys. I love that one. I really do. I think I'm gonna do maybe his shirt next, which is kind of like an off-white. Oh, there is a wild Burmy in chat for anyone who is over on the Twitch side. You can type !PokeCatch to catch it. So we're looking for like an off-white gray color. I can put that over the skin layer. Shirt. Me neither. On DeviantArt, I like doing art trades, but sometimes I encounter people who give me something with barely any effort, but even when they do that, I still give them my best piece that I can. Yeah, and that's respectable, you know? Yeah, I honestly feel like if I'm gonna put my art out there and it's gonna be a gift for someone, regardless, it's going to be decent quality. It's at least going to be, at minimum, passable quality for my tastes. All I can think is he sniffing his finger? Andy, you're silly. Ella's a very weird character. He has a very specific kind of vibe to him, I guess, is the best way to put it. I'm gonna use the crayon, I think, for the rest of this to kind of give it that texture. I'm gonna kind of zoom in more. Ooh, we are super close. He's a very fascinating character to study as far as, like, art goes, because he has the weirdest positions. Like, this is not actually an exact pose that I found for him on Pinterest or on Google or anything, but it's a pose that I would imagine he would be found sitting in because of his overall demeanor. Now, with the base color underneath, you can kind of see a little bit of it peeking through, which is really cool. And I like that. Because this happens to be a kind of like white shirt, but it's like off-white. So it can give like a little bit of like a dirty kind of illusion. The plugin makes it hard to hide. Oh my goodness. Fair enough. I tend to prefer to trade or do requests for friends most of the time instead of random strangers due to getting asked to do a series of shipping requests for My Little Pony, and it made me hate drawing My Little Pony. I could see that. It's kind of like for the longest time I got really tired of drawing my own characters. I was like, this is the same thing. It's not the exact same, obviously, because you're always going to have love for your own characters, but I am going to do a little bit of the crayon right there to kind of give that illusion that it's like not entirely just filled in with the paint bucket. Let's see. Let me zoom out. I think I'm probably going to do the scaleras next. So, scalera. Yeah, it takes the fun out of it. And that's one of the reasons also why I decided for my reward, if chat decided to mortar me, that I would just go ahead and do requests from chat. Because why the duck not? It makes me forced to have to draw things that are outside of my comfort zone. So I'm actually, like, you know, learning and getting better at the same time. It does not have to be perfect, Lucky. You gotta stop being a perfectionist. I will say, being able to do things like paint white is so nice. Because with actual paints in, like, real life, you can't really do that unless you, like, get a specific tool for that. Like white paint. Like, if you're trying to do watercolors, you're not gonna get white watercolor. It doesn't work. You can't just put that over top. That. Alright. Zoom out. He's actually starting to look like Elle now. I'm shocked. Let's see. Now the pants. I'm gonna do the pants real quick. They're kind of like a teal color. So, coming back over here. Like a tealish blue color. A little bit more green. I'll have to check and see in a moment. If this actually looks right, because a lot of times I do not quite get the right shade. My big complaint is when someone makes a white hair character with the white color being pure white instead of dark and white. You do not do the pure white as it makes shading awful. Yes. Yes. Like, this is an off-white. That is too bright. That needs to be desaturated big time. Okay, that's looking closer, but it's a little bit more green. Okay. I almost have it. It needs to be a little more desaturated, I think. A little darker. Okay, a little bit more. Oh yeah, that's looking closer. Just the slightest changes can change it completely. There we go. I think that's the color. That is the color. Okay. I'm gonna quickly do this part where I just kind of bulk fill in the majority of it. But now I'm gonna come back in and actually do like all the edges and stuff where it, like, you could see it didn't quite go. I can't just do the expand one though, because then I end up with it outside the lines half the time. And that's always a problem. But yeah, I didn't know for the longest time why my art looked so weird, and I realized white is not supposed to actually be white when you were drawing. It's supposed to be like a very, very subtle off-white, even with the sclera, you know. We're gonna come down here, get these all along the edges. True, yeah. And the way I realized this, funny enough, was actually studying other people's art, because I realized when looking at, like, for example, anime screen caps, I noticed that they're never pure white. Like, I've never seen pure white eyes, like the sclera, in screen captures of, like, anime. And I was like, huh. Cartoon, sure, but not anime. And I wanted to be closer to the anime style, if you know what I mean. Thankfully, the pants are underneath the skin, so I can just kind of paint over that area without any issues. Going through and making sure I got all the weird parts. I usually make a layer underneath and colored it black across the whole picture to get rid of the white blotches. Yeah, I do that, except I do a dark gray. And then that way, if anything does show through and I miss it before I post it, it's not a problem. You know? But that's just personally how I do it. I know everyone's got their own ways. I just like to share what I do while I'm drawing, because it just helps me to, like, explain my thought process with the art flow. Especially considering I have aphantasia, and trying to just have everything in my head does not work. Okay. Ooh, I see some blind spots where the gray is coming through. Because the gray is a lot less offensive than, like, straight black to me. One of the things I used to do, but I'm not doing it for, like, streams and stuff, and also, since I started using time lapses, I have not done this because of just blinding people, and that is, I like to have a green background because it's so easy to stand out against the green background. But now I just do like a dark gray until I get everything in place, and then I do just gray, and then I put the base underneath, which is a darker gray, and then if anything happens to pop out, I can see it. Art is meant to be calming and fun. I find it fun to talk with different artists about how we do things. We all learn something from each other. Yeah, I totally agree. There were things that I did not know, and then I saw artists do them, and I'm like, why didn't I think of that? That's how I ended up with vector lines. It's because I was like, These are dumb. These are stupid. They don't work for me. It's irritating trying to erase them because I didn't know that you could do the things I showed earlier. I thought you could only, like, erase part of the line and then you couldn't move the line, and I was so frustrated. That's not the case anymore. I understand how vector lines work, so they work perfectly for me. I can manipulate them however I need to. And that is helpful as an artist, especially one who can't draw a straight line to save her life. Because no matter how good the stabilization can get, sometimes I just put my hand in the wrong direction. Speaking of time-lapse, how it works in Fire Alpaca, it has a button you press for it to start recording what you do, and you press the stop button to stop it, at least from what I could tell. I mean, that is fair, though. Even if it's a little bit more complex than what Clip Studio has. And take a drink really quickly. Dry mouth. Like, it's just nice to be able to, like, go back and see everything as it was done. It also proves for, you know, artists that they didn't, like, trace or, like, do weird stuff. It is a great way to prove that you are, in fact, the owner of your art and did not, like, copy from someone else. That's one reason I really like the time-lapse. In Clip Studio, you just turn the function on, and then it stays on, and it doesn't turn off until you turn it off, unless it, like, glitches out. Which I've seen happen a few times. Dry mouth equals my fault. No, you're fine. I talk a lot during my streams, and it's nice to have people to talk to. Especially artists, because most of my community, funny enough, is not artists. Most of my community are people who do very different things. Like, my main thing that I usually do is something called crowd control. Crowd control is a very different way to game. Chances are you probably haven't heard of it unless you've been on my channel for a while, but quickly just looking at reference art real quick to see colors. He has kind of gray eyes, and then he has, like, brown smudges under his eyes. Okay, for the bags. But, like, crowd control basically allows chat to cause chaos in the game that you're playing. And so that's what I'm usually doing. And I have a lot of people who really like to watch crowd control because they get to sabotage me. Oh my goodness, Phil. You didn't do your thing yet? I'm surprised. But you got a chikorita. That's nice. I'll do this as hair. And I think I'm gonna do the iris. I'm an artist and writer. I'm working on a book I'm hoping to publish eventually, actually. That's nice. I tried to do the artist thing. It did not work out for me. Or not artist. I tried to do the novelist thing, and it did not work out for me. Got, like, a dark gray. Like, almost black, but not quite. I think that's about it. I'm gonna save it because we don't want to lose stuff. Then for the eyes, I'm gonna grab the color for that really quickly. It's very similar to his hair color. Like a slightly lighter. So I'm gonna do the irises first. But yeah, I love crowd control. It is so much fucking fun. I have so many games I can play with it. And like, I don't know if you do any streaming or not, Sonic the Fox, but if you ever do and you ever do gaming, I recommend it. I'm gonna guess by your name that you probably like Sonic games, and they have a lot of Sonic games that are compatible. Which I actually want to play. I want to try Sonic Mania with it. As weird as that sounds. It's just fun. I also have people in my community who do things like scam baiting, which, if you don't know what that is, basically it's wasting scammers' time in hilarious ways so that they spend less time scamming actual victims, which, you know, it's a very good deed for the community. I'm going to tell a fun story with animal characters that kids can enjoy safely. Maybe a big chapter book, but I'm wordy and an ambitious writer. Well, you know what? Go for it. Worst that happens is you don't do it. Worst that happens is people don't, like, they have criticism for it, and then you can just laugh because you've still done something that they haven't, because most people who give that kind of criticism have never done anything like that in their life. It's what I say about people who deal with trolls all the time. Just, the trolls don't know anything. They haven't done anything that you're trying to do. They don't know anything. Hey, Evelyn, welcome on in. It's good to see you. I am knee deep in drawing L, because, you know, this is what everyone decided. Oh, I realized I did not. Whoopsie. I forgot to hide these. Oh my goodness. Let me fix this. I can fix this. Woo. I forgot about that. So, this is what I've drawn so far. I did a Peking duck that's about to do a backflip. I did a Muscovy duck that is wearing a shaggy ink mane cap for a hat. And then I'm drawing L from Death Note. Yes, it's very good to see you too, Villain. I'm still excited for when you're ready to return to streaming. Like, I'm super excited about that when you decide to. Not that I'm trying to pressure you, mind you. Just in your own time, your own pace. I know you got stuff going on yourself. But, it is good to see you around. Very good. Also, I'm gonna save after I fixed that issue. And I'm gonna come in here and actually draw in the hair. The coloring for the hair. Now that I am done with the irises, and then I'm gonna have to come back in. I'm gonna have to do all the shading. I do love Sonic, actually. I can stream on PS4, but just haven't bothered. Favorite games are Kingdom Hearts, though. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is not one that is compatible with crowd control, although I think it would be cool because, you know, I could see you getting warped all over the place. One of the fun effects that are a part of crowd control in some of the games is you can, like, literally warp the streamer to different parts of the game. So, like, in Pokemon, you could literally be in, for example, Petalburg City at the beginning, right? And then chat goes, nah, I'm gonna take you to Battle Frontier. Good luck beating the Elite Four with your Trico. Which, you know, no. Funny enough, my main OC, the one in my profile is named Sonic, but that was just because of my username. Yeah, that makes sense, though. I'm gonna get to come through here and actually, like... Oh my gosh, it's actually starting to look like L. I cannot believe it. I did not think I could draw L. But this actually kind of looks like it. This is what I say. If you think you can't draw, you probably can. And actually turn this up a little bit. Make it easier to get the lines. Just don't doubt yourself. You probably can do better art than you think. I'm gonna have to go back down to small size because some of this I'm just not gonna get while I'm that big. But this way I can also have a little bit of transparency for the, like the eyes and stuff. Which I like. I like that a lot. I am going to gently erase this. Man, I will say though, with the crayon brush, it does make it a little bit more complex when actually filling everything in. You cannot just use a magic wand and paint bucket. It does not work that way. My OC has very little to do with Sonic the Hedgehog. Clumsy, worrywart, tender-hearted, and no self-confidence. His Asperger's also causes hurdles, I'm guessing, at times. He is a police dog in training. Ah. Also, I apologize if my model looks a little bit weird whenever I'm checking the YouTube chat, because, unfortunately, I only have 2 monitors. Funny enough. And, as a result of that, I have to grab a tool that combines the chats so I can see them both at the same time and put them on screen. Because I have Twitch and YouTube up at the same time. Because Twitch is allowing multi-streaming now. However, the stipulation are that you can't combine any features, like with Twitch stuff, if that makes sense. So like you can't have like Twitch chat and YouTube chat in the same place on the same screen. You can do it for yourself, but you cannot put it on the actual stream screen. So as a result, I have to look down at my phone to check the YouTube chat. Which isn't too big of a deal. It's just, it requires me to look down. Yeah, autocorrect sucks. As I say, auto cucumber? Auto cucumber got me. That's what I always blame it on. The auto cucumber. We are almost done with all the flats. I'm surprised. Because after this part, it'll just be shading and then other, like, random details. Like the bags under his eyes and, like, the eyelid and shading for the nose and so on. Did not expect to take almost 5 hours on this. It's supposed to be a 3-hour stream, but I am not going to quit right now. We are way too close for that. And that's why I took a bathroom break earlier. Got that out of the way. Sonic's story is essentially an isekai. He is a human that showed up in a new world as a young Jack Russell puppy with partial amnesia. In order to get his mind off of home, he works as a police dog. That makes sense. And you could probably tell some good stories with that. Just remember, you know, don't let anyone get you down. Don't let anyone make you think that your ideas are dumb, because you never know. I mean, I'm a dog. Hey, Ben, welcome on in. I appreciate you popping in. As I've mentioned earlier already a few times, I've had a very interesting art stream. I have drawn 2 ducks. 2 ducks. Peking duck about to do a backflip. A Scovy duck wearing a shaggy mane cap for a hat. And then there's Elle. Very different things. Elle from an anime called Death Note. Well, it's also a manga, but you know. Yeah, welcome on in. It's nice to see you. I'm currently just coloring in hair. Also, I hope your day is going well. I'm surprisingly not falling over yet. You'd think I would be at this point, because I'm pretty sure I'm anemic. Health issues. Good old health issue. But you know, I'm thankful I can still be doing this. Not gonna lie. I am well enough to be sitting at my desk to draw. Instead of, like, crying in bed. It started simple, then turned very anime. Yeah, that's basically what happened this stream. It went from duck to anime. Don't ask where his fingers been. Oh my gosh, Andy. Y'all are funny. I love you guys. And I'm very happy to see you popping in, even if it's only a little bit. Because I know it's not crowd control night, and I'm probably not going to be doing crowd control tomorrow because of how weak I've been. But, because I have to call a bunch of doctors tomorrow and set up appointments because it's gotten to the point where I can't really ignore it. And I want to be able to keep streaming for you guys. And not just, like, give it up or anything, you know? So I'm taking care of myself. I'm taking care of my health. Doing what I gotta do, you know? Getting rid of... Ooh! That is not what I wanted to do. That is what I mean by hand goes in the wrong direction. Also, I do hope that any artists who do watch me can learn from the stuff I do. Because, like, I experiment. I do different things. Right now I'm just fixing all of the scuff edges because the crayon does not quite fill very well. Then a world-ending threat after world-ending threat with character drama and heartfelt moments. All these adventures take place. And this is just my online fanfic stories. Good practice. Yeah, that is for sure. You know, writing fanfiction can definitely be good practice for writing. My very first ever character, like OC, was a character named Am. A-M-N. And he was weird. He was very weird. He had an obsession with collecting cards, and the cards were an original card series that I had come up with called Sarky Save. It was really weird. The Sarky character that was in the cards it looked like a squirrel. But it wasn't quite a squirrel. I don't even know what it was. But I used him to roleplay, like, online, like Naruto and, like, just really cringe stuff. But, you know, it made me who I am now, and honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. You can roleplay, you can do whatever. Everyone's different. Everyone has their own tastes. At the end of the day, you just gotta do what makes you happy. Because, you're living your life and nobody else is. It doesn't matter what they think, because they're not the one dealing with it. So, have you ever tried Kingdom Hearts or Tales of franchise? Both are very anime. The art is gorgeous. As for Sonic Mania is a great game, and sorta a celebration title, yes. Naruto is my favorite anime, I admit. Facts. Yeah, Naruto was really good. I couldn't, like, continue watching after a certain point because, you know, I had school and stuff, but I've played Kingdom Hearts. I've played Kingdom Hearts 2. And I've also, I tried to play the mobile game, Union Cross, but then I couldn't. My ADHD brain that had not been yet diagnosed as ADHD was like, nah, I want to do something else. So then I did something else. And I'm actually a fairly big Sonic fan as far as like some of the older Sonic games, like Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 are my jam. Also love Sonic Heroes. But I think we actually have Sonic Mania on Switch, but in order for me to do crowd control with it, which is what I want to do, I gotta get the PC version. Okay, so now we have the flat scan. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that's done. I'm gonna check the reference image really quickly to take a look at the eyes, because we're gonna start doing his bags. I'm gonna do a clipping layer, and I'm gonna try charcoal. Mix it up a little bit, but still similar texture. It's got like got them bags. Okay. I'm gonna name this layer eye bags. And then the skin shading, it's kind of a little bit of like a grayish color, similar to what is on here. I go back to the crayon. I like the crayon a little bit more for that. I've seen people question if they should give up something they love because of peer pressure. Don't do that. If you love a cartoon, then don't be ashamed of it. They just want to control you. This happened to someone in the Paw Patrol community. Yeah, I believe it. People can be really cruel, and honestly, you just have to learn that you can't make everyone love you. You cannot make everyone happy, and certainly you shouldn't try to make everyone happy, because you're just going to disappoint yourself, and you won't be happy with it. And that's what I say. I mean, I'm literally proof of this. I was a little bit worried initially about being called, like, a dirty furry or things like that, and I'm like, wait, why am I worried about that? I'm just a cute little duck. I am going to name this skin shading. And I realize it doesn't really matter what other people think as long as you're happy. Okay, so what I think I need to do, as much as I want to use that color, I'm gonna have to make it a little bit more, I guess, darker. Oh, yes. That looks so much better. Like, I am a duck, so what? What you gonna duck and do about it? Really sad that people want to do that. What's the harm in liking an innocent cartoon? It's not like you're doing drugs. Well, that's the funny thing. You know, people have certain associations, and, you know, that's gonna happen. It is unfortunate, it is the reality, but, you know, at the end of the day, you just, like I said, you gotta do what you want to do. And the haters are gonna hate. It's kind of funny because I saw an artist last night who was, you know, he had posted stuff, you know, talking about people being like lazy with like learning to draw and stuff and having excuses, and I was like, you know, I can see that sometimes just some people don't want to put in the work. They want people to give them art for free and stuff. And, but the big thing that was kind of funny. Some of the hate comments included stuff like calling him gay for some reason, and saying he had no personality, and that he must be rich because, you know, not everyone can draw. And it's like, I don't know about you, but I literally, I did not go to art school. I am self-taught. I also am not rich. Although I would love to be rich. You know, because then I could help more people and, you know, make certain things more accessible. But for the most part, like, no, I'm not rich. Might turn up the size on this just a wee bit to kind of give it a little bit more shading. Gotta love the keyboard warriors that suck at trolling. Yeah, Nick, that is absolutely true. You know, it's like, you know, you're talking about what we're doing, and you're not focusing on what you're doing. So I think that the fact that you're, like, obsessed with, like, you know, see, once again, excuse my language, shitting on me, that must mean that I'm doing something right, because it means that you're paying attention to me and not your own self. Like, it's so dumb. I think people are just scared of something abnormal, like liking a preschooler's kind of cartoon, like Bluey. Like, I've seen, like, a lot of people, like, really excited about Bluey, you know? And I think it's cool. Do I watch Bluey? No. Is there anything wrong with watching Bluey? No. Is there anything wrong with watching Paw Patrol? No. Not at all, especially if you're a parent. Because, you know, you gotta like the cartoons your kids watch. I mean, heck, SpongeBob even put in adult references for the parents watching. Like, come on. Adults will watch cartoons, that's just a fact. Why do you think I have so much fun trolling trolling doofus Twitch trolls? Yeah, Nick. Yeah, I get that. I have fun trolling Discord, like, bots. Like, the fake artists who pop into DMs, like, hello, how are you? And I'm like, hi, how may I help you? And they're like, why are you talking like that? I'm like, because I'm a professional, how may I help you? and it's ridiculous. I just usually stall those because they're gonna waste my time. I'm gonna waste theirs without doing anything crazy. Mind you, again, nothing crazy. I usually only troll them for a little bit before I block and report. Because it is unsolicited. I think I need to go a little bit more like this. Select that part so I just get the area I need. Why? Oh. Come on. I did a dumb. There was an ad that said that a good chunk of Cartoon Network watchers were adults. I think it was over 50%. Yeah, that makes total sense. There's no real reason to, like, hate someone over cartoons. It's really silly and dumb to me. And I will always troll people who are gonna be like that. Like, oh, so you're projecting. You're mad that you can't do it, so you're gonna project. I see. You don't have the balls. You don't have the guts. You're not gonna stream. Why should I listen to you? You don't know anything. I'm self-taught art school. I heard some not nice things about it. I've seen a story time from a YouTuber about the teacher sabotage. I saw that too. I'm pretty sure I saw the same one. I was like, why? Just let people enjoy what they're gonna do. Like, art is literally about self-expression. It's about creating something that you like and that maybe other people will enjoy. Maybe people won't, but it's about expressing yourself. Humans have done it since the beginning of time. That's just how it is. And some people like me who really struggle with aphantasia and actually like imagining things, yeah, I don't really draw super realistic stuff. I draw mostly cartoony stuff, more anime, more stylized art. Because the harsh lines really scare me, and that's another reason why, like, it took me so long to get good at art. And by good, I mean okay. Like, you're not gonna be good immediately if you try to draw. You have to take your time to learn. And, you know, it's easier to learn things that you're interested in learning, so you can't just, you know, jump into learning things that you don't really care about most of the time. Unless you, you know, are a neurotypical person and have absolutely nothing weird going on in your head. In which case, you know, you'd have an easier time. You want to watch anything decent, so yeah, I'm going back up because I see I've missed a few. When cable was a thing and you were at home during the middle of the day, dang, you want to watch anything decent. So if Cartoon Network had something, yeah, you go to Cartoon Network. The Price is Right is a godsend for guys, or was. Yeah, I can see that, honestly, though. Like, for me, when I was a kid, and this should have been one of my clues that I was, like, autistic and ADHD, but, you know, I was not diagnosed until a few years ago. One of the things that really should have, you know, clued me in was the fact that I refused to watch what I called people shows. I would not watch anything but cartoons. So as a result, naturally, I ended up really liking cartoons, and I still do. I will watch regular quote-unquote people shows now, like movies and stuff, but, like, my go-to is always going to be stuff like anime. That is for sure. Like, for example, Tower of God is getting a second season. I'm so hyped because I have read the manhwa, and it is just, oh my gosh, it is so good. It's still ongoing too. I think it's like season 3 or season 4. I can't remember. But it's like hundreds of episodes in. And so with Tower of God coming for season 2, I'm super excited. Something Peaches. Yeah, I remember it was like Peaches for that video. With me having Asperger's, I struggle with social interaction. I may seem fine with text, but I have problems talking in person. That sounds exactly like me. There is a reason that I hate phone calls. It's an awful experience for me. I'm gonna do the pants next, I think. For me, I have trouble understanding what people are saying, partially because of my hearing, but also because, like, people will say things and I will take them literally. And, you know, for the longest time, I thought that rolling your eyes was literally like this kind of emotion. You know, literally rolling your eyes like a ball, like in clockwise, you know, or counterclockwise. And then I discovered, no, it's just like literally rolling your eyes upwards. And I'm like, that's why I kept getting told as a kid to stop rolling my eyes. I wasn't trying to. It's just what happened. Oh yeah, job recruiters, why must you call? Oh my gosh, I can't even begin to I hate phone calls. I absolutely hate. It's one of the reasons why I put off for the longest time getting doctor stuff taken care of. Because it's like, oh, I have to call to make an appointment. I have to call to do this. I have to call to do that. I'm hard of hearing. And then I have issues interpreting what people say. I don't want the extra stress of this on top. Right now, dealing with the fact my insurance doesn't want to cover medication they've covered for, you know, forever. It's maddening. And it slightly changed that to kind of give it a little bit more I think I need to desaturate it a little. Let's see how this works. Oh, that is so much better. So yeah. And the medication I take quite literally regulates my executive dysfunction and my emotional dysregulation from ADHD. So I have been an emotional wreck the last few days because it's been difficult. Like, I kind of need it. I prefer cartoons as well. Live action shows bore me most of the time, so dreary and dark. Yeah, it really depends for me. Some of them I can do. Like, for example, The Princess Bride is a fantastic movie. So is My Cousin Vinny. But, like, I didn't even start watching, like, The Avengers or, like, any of that stuff until I was an adult. Not to mention, I'm probably going to get some flack for this. I'm gonna say it. Twitch chat, I'm sure you're gonna roast me for this. I don't like Star Wars. That was literal. Like, I can't sit through it. I've tried. I like the characters. I don't like sitting through the movies. I like Spaceballs because it's a fantastic parody. But regular Star Wars, no. My cell phone provider got bought out by T-Mobile. Cell phone calls are a nightmare. Yes. Hello. Ah, yes. Let's, can you hear me? Never imagined internet telephony would ever exceed a telephone. Yeah. I will tell Clint. Oh no, Andy. Not Clint. Honestly, the way it's been going, I don't blame you. I've never seen Star... I'm shocked, Andy. I'm shocked. I never got, drawing canines is fun in the face department. Expressions are so much more creative due to the ears and long tongue being... That's how I feel about the duck, even though, like, I'm not very good at perspective yet. I'm still working on that. I feel like I can still be very expressive. Like, I can do a lot with this, even though it's kind of bare bones rigging, in my opinion, you know? I never got diagnosed for my Asperger's autism, but we know I have it. The signs are there. Oh, fair. Everyone enjoys them. Yeah, what ended up happening with me is I kind of already knew. Like, I didn't know as a kid. Like, I was stimming in class, and then I got made fun of by the kids, so then I started masking, and then I stopped, stimming, and, naturally things got worse progressively, and I couldn't seem to make friends, and so the signs were there. I really struggled with certain things in school. Anything I was not interested in, there's the ADHD, I could not for the life of me do well in. It didn't matter how hard I tried. I could want to be the best at, doing math and stuff, but if I couldn't get it, I couldn't get it. I had to retake pre-algebra, just pre-algebra, 2 times. In other words, I took it the entire time I was in middle school. Like from 6th grade up through 8th. So, like, I literally could not. And so as an adult, finally, after, I had gotten, basically I started a company, and then, I got insurance, and I went to the doctor, and I found out that I had ADHD. When I talked to her, I said, I think I might have, autism or ADHD. I'm not sure which one it is. Well, it was both. I'll say it right now. It was both. But I didn't know at the time, because she said, oh, it was ADHD based upon what I told her, and then I continued on like that for a while, and then I want to say about a month ago or so, I decided to just get the confirmation. I was like, I talked to my doctor, I'm like, do you think I have autism? because this is what I'm dealing with, and he asked me a bunch of questions. I answered them honestly. I told him about stuff that happened as a kid, and he's like, I think it's highly unlikely that you don't have it. So yeah, I have autism. That is what I have, and I also have ADHD. But I am okay with it because he actually asked me. He's like, "Why do you want to know? What would it mean for you?" And I said, "I just want closure that I'm not crazy." That I have a legitimate reason why I act the way I do, the things that I do, why I can do things that other people can't because of being autistic. For me, knowing my problems give me a feeling of control over things. Yes, that is exactly it, Julius. That's kind of what it was. It was like, I'm already kind of doing things to help with, you know, autism as far as like strategies, like having routines and like not trying to do things that stress my brain out too much, but and like literally communicating to people, hey, this is the issue I have, please be a little bit forgiving if I mess up, like if I can't remember certain things. Like just knowing gave me a bit of closure. Like, okay, I'm not wild, I'm not insane. Well, I mean, I am insane to a point, but that's a different kind of insane. Like, I'm not just like lazy. I'm not like that. It's just, I have issues. I have sensory issues. There's certain things I literally can't do or can't eat or can't, like, because it just freaks me out. And thank you for the hydrate, Miss Chu. I appreciate it. I'm gonna drink some more of my Dr. Thunder. Fair, not everyone enjoys them. My mother found out I had it when I was very little, thanks to my Sunday school teacher seeing the signs. My mother was then was able to help me with it and didn't tell me till I was 14. I was never even upset when I found out I had Asperger's. In fact, it made me excited and curious. Yeah, like, for me, it's not a bad thing. Like, it's just a different way of thinking. It's a different way of functioning. Your brain just does things in a little bit different way. Like, honestly, it's not really a problem for me. I mean, it's a problem in the sense that, like, I have sensory issues. Certain loud sounds, like, really bother me. This is gonna sound violent. I was getting ready to punch someone in the throat a few nights ago on Wednesday night because the upstairs neighbors were just blaring music and there was just constant, non-stop vibrations hitting the roof, and I was going insane. It was for over an hour. We literally had to call the police because we tried calling the apartment complex, and they were like, we can't do anything. And then one of the people living here went upstairs to try to confront them and ask them, hey, can you, like, please deal, like, can you, like, not have whatever's buzzing against the floor? But then they just turned the music even louder, which is why we had to end up calling the police, because it was bad. I was literally ready to have a meltdown. Normally it's not an issue, but I had a test the next morning and it was super important. Though I then ended up having a flat tire, and then I ended up not taking the test. So, yeah. My life is Murphy's Law, I swear. Shirt shading. I hate touching soap bubbles, anything icky or nasty. I can't stand some foods like Jell-O, ice cream, or cake. Hate fireworks, and the smell of cinnamon, seafood seasoning, and oranges make me sick. Yeah, I can believe that. I can totally believe that. Yeah, Miss Ju, I had quite a week last week. I did my best to not, like, bother anyone and, like, deal with it, but I'm not gonna lie, I was not having a good time last week. There we go. Ooh, adding a little bit of that, like, reddish tinge to it really makes that look better. Adding a little bit of warmth. Not a lot, just a little. Needless to say, if I can deal with this stuff, if I can learn to draw and get over things like this, anyone can, honestly. Maybe I have some stink lines coming off. Oh my goodness, Andy. You're silly. But I love it. I love it. I really love you guys. Platonically. I have to clarify that. But seriously, no, like, y'all have given me the motivation to just keep going when, even on the days where I'm feeling really low, it's always nice to have y'all pop in and say hi, say nice things, and I do appreciate it. I really do. It's the reason I am here right now. Still doing this particular picture because I decided I was not going to, I decided I was not going to, like, put off this part because of it being challenging. I just decided I'm going to deal with it, challenge or not. Whoa, that is not what I wanted. Yeah, I really do appreciate you guys. Little bit of a fading out. The worst part is my uncle doesn't understand Asperger's and tries to treat me roughly and all that, like how he was raised, and it makes him and me clash. I have to hold my tongue though. Yeah. I can't even tell you how awful it was before I was diagnosed and when I lived with my old roommates, because I'm pretty sure you've probably had a situation in your life where, like, you've been told, like, you aren't sorry when you've done something that upset someone. Like, you aren't sorry. And I was like, what do you mean? My roommate had said, like, you don't sound like you're sorry. And I'm like, dude, how am I supposed to express this? Like, you know what, maybe I'm not sorry. And now I'm not even gonna try to resolve this because I'm tired of fighting. Because, you know, I can only fight for so long. It is one of the challenges. But of course, we didn't know at the time that I had ADHD or that I was autistic, and as a result, you know, it happened. And that's why I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt as well. Shading and the wrinkles. Now I need to take a step back here to see how we're looking. That actually kind of almost works. Yeah, almost, because I see a few things I need to fix. There we go. Yeah, I've been there. I found a lot of artists, especially in friend circles, have autism, funny enough. Now that's another thing I brought up to my doctor. I was like, I noticed when I was in school, even though I was in the regular kids classes, like, even in first grade, I was legitimately told, like, you're really smart. I was reading well above my grade level. So I thought I was a smart kid. I was told I was a smart kid. And then my world shattered, and this should have been my first sign that I was autistic, but, you know, at the time, no idea. Every Friday, we went to the playground on the school campus, which is called Kid Space. It was a very large playground, had lots of swings, things to climb on. There was like rope climbing and all different kinds of things, right? And it was a routine that we did this every Friday. And fast forward to when I'm doing so well in school that my teachers go, you know, I can't, she's well above everyone else in her class. She's getting straight A's. Let's put her in advanced classes. They talked to me about it. I'm like, yeah. And then it happened. I get to class, my first day. I'm excited. I'm reading, you know, higher than my grade level books. I'm just creating a new layer here. And then it happened. After lunchtime, when I would normally go out to Kid Space on Friday, I noticed that we were still in the classroom. I was like, when are we gonna go to Kid Space? And the teacher told me, oh, we don't go to Kid Space. And my entire world was shattered. From there on out, legitimately, my grades tanked. That should have been my first indicator as a kid. Oh, you're autistic. But nope. Even some non-artists in my friends circle have it. Yeah, I can believe it. Another thing that happened that I talked to my doctor about that kind of was like a red flag, if you will. I am on disability for my mental health too. Yeah, I can believe that. Was autism known as well then? No, it was not. It was only really diagnosed in little white boys. It's definitely a lot more known now, but at the time it was not. But the other thing that really should have been an indicator, I don't remember what I was gonna say. Was when I was in high school, for example. Not only was it really difficult to get the other kids to like come play with me or like choose me for their activities, but for whatever reason, you know, while nobody else would really make friends with me, I would go to lunch, and what would always end up happening is the life skills kids, the special needs kids, would somehow always find their way to my table and start chatting me up. It was like I was a magnet for them. And I think it's because, like, I kind of understood them. If that makes any sense. Like, I could understand people who are, like, autistic and have other problems that they deal with, but I didn't understand why I couldn't seem to make friends and stuff. It was so bizarre to me. Also probably gonna lighten that up a little bit. There we go. So that was the other big sign, is that I also have always had sensory issues with food. When I was a kid, like, for example, I can't eat tomato chunks. I cannot eat raw tomato. Those things are a no-go for my brain. My brain will say hard ass. And I could actually throw up, which is kind of irritating. But that being said, I found, like, having all those sensory issues, my parents would tell me things like, you'll eat it if you're hungry enough. And I would always say something like, I would rather die. Like, I am not eating this garbage. Like, I can't. I physically cannot. Just realized I'm on the wrong one. There we go. So, yeah, sometimes I went hungry because I was undiagnosed. I physically could not make myself eat things. When I was at school, I was just called naughty as there was no real knowledge of ADHD / being on the spectrum. Weirdly enough, I was the good kid. So, like, nobody thought I could be autistic. Because, like, I'm a good kid, you know? That doesn't happen. It definitely does. So, I like I said, I just kind of ended up accepting my fate, and I had to be the perfect student, and I tried my best, but certain things I could not do. I could do Spanish. I had an interest in becoming a translator, so puedo hablar español. Es fácil para mí porque es mi segundo idioma, y también puedo hablar más como francés. Mais mon français n'est pas bon. Français est difficile pour me. For me? For me? Either way, that's my point. That's my ranting there. So yeah. Gato. Yeah, it was rare when I was little. It spiked in the year I was born, though, 1997. I was actually born in 94, so I am an in-between Gen Z and millennial baby. Like, I'm at the tail end of millennials, but not quite Gen Z either. It's really weird. Friends seemed impossible until I joined the Paw Patrol fandom and DeviantArt, actually, so I can relate. Yeah. And it's good, because, you know what works for you. Hello, Cassio, welcome on in! It's nice to see you. I'm doing art today because chat tortured me last week, and so I had to draw requests, and I'm on my last one for today, but the first two were these two ducks. It's a Muscovy with a mushroom, specifically a shaggy ink mane mushroom for a hat, Muscovy duck, and then we have a Peking duck about to do a backflip. You can see by the action lines indicated. So yeah, and now I'm drawing L from Death Note, because, that was also a request. Cat, Swedish, Katzy, German, chat. Oh, I see. You're listing all of the things. Yeah, Neko. I don't know the word in Russian, and I can't quite read all the words in Russian because I can't read Cyrillic. I can speak Russian a little bit, but I can't, and I can understand it a little bit. I cannot speak it very well, though. My list of cats in different languages. English is hard. So this is gonna be highlights in the hair. So we're gonna come up here and kind of come in here like this. Then I'm gonna come in here, grab the eraser to fix that. Ooh. Shine! We have hair shine! And then I can kind of fade this in and out. I've decided to do my art with crayon today, a crayon brush. Here we are. That is looking much better. Now I can bring the shine down because it's way too much. 50% looks good. Russian is kowa? Oh, I see what you said now, Cassio. Niet. Which of course is no in Russian. It's also no in German, I believe. Something I've never practiced. Huh. Need to look into hair shine. Yeah, everyone has their own way of doing it. This is how I'm doing it today. It's kind of There we go. Now we have hair shine. And now I can also do the shading of the sclera and then the iris. And then we're like actually pretty close to done. Sure. Clipping layer. This is literally the same color as the highlights. Do-do-do-do-do. Kawa. Oh, okay. And then iris. Let me look at the reference image again because... Okay, so it's darker in the middle. Just like you would imagine a pupil to be, so... Okay. So... This... Pupil... And then I will turn this into multiply, and then we can do like this. Okay. That actually kind of looks like L. I'm shocked that I even did that well. Especially with the hands, you know. Hands are a problem. You need to shade the nose a little bit. But aside from that, we're actually pretty close. I kind of... Oh. Whoopsie. I need to put a new layer. Actually, no, I'm on the wrong layer. That's... And then I need this, 'cause it's not supposed to be that much. Bring that down, come back up here, and then there we go. Oh my goodness, we actually have L. So, let me just put everything together here. I need to zoom out a little bit more. Let's close this. This here. Put this over here. And now, woo! We did it, guys. We got 3. We got 3. Oh my goodness. Did 3 whole requests today, and it took me almost 6 hours. That last one took way too long, but I got over my fear of doing fan art. Yeah, I'm gonna save this. This is going to be available on my Discord, which if you aren't already, you can join the Discord. I just posted it in the Twitch chat, and then also I'm about to post it over on the YouTube side because Nightbot does not want to work. So we're gonna put that there. You can join the Duck's Nest Discord. I post all of my schedule updates and stuff there, as well as like fun other stuff I do. Also, you can post suggestions. I literally, if you want to come to any of my crowd control streams where you can interact with my games, I do actually have a channel now called Current Crowd Control Games. You can give me suggestions from that, and you can also suggest other games that crowd control supports, but I don't yet have. Like Pizza Tower, which I actually really want to get. But yeah, I think that's going to be it. I'm going to go ahead. We are going to raid someone over on the Twitch side. Over on the YouTube side, I am unable to do so. Crispy Duck. Oh, no. No, Ben, no. I do love you guys, though. Seriously. So let's see. Who are we gonna raid today? Do we have any suggestions, Twitch chat? I see the Vinyl Spinner's on. So Legendary, who I know does crowd control, is on, but they're doing art, it looks like. Let's see. Thinking. Yes, Ben. We do love the mods, even though I only have one. Unstable Karen is a fantastic mod. When Karen is able to be around, because I know things can. Life happens, work happens. So let me see here. I'm gonna make sure my list is current because I want to make sure I'm not trying to raid someone who's already offline. Let me see. How about we check out Now let's check out So Legendary, because I know that they do crowd control sometimes, and they're doing art today, so it kind of fits. We have not raided them before, but I think it'll be a good time to start today. Once again, I do want to thank you guys for coming. Wait, what? Twitch? Okay, start. There we go. So, we do have a raid message. Those are following emails, so they should be working and functional for everyone who is over on the Twitch side. If not, I apologize. Twitch be twitching. But with that, I will see you guys on the other side. I'm probably gonna go lay down and watch from bed. When doesn't Twitch? Yeah, right, Ben?